Good morning and welcome to the Joint Standing Committee on Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, and Business. This committee is assembled electronically today for the purpose of inviting public comment on legislation. Before we get started, there's a few housekeeping tips and reminders related to the fact that this is being conducted using an electronic format and Zoom. This meeting is currently being live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel. This means that anyone who is a participant in the meeting via Zoom can be seen and also heard if their microphone is unmuted. People testifying cannot be seen or heard until they have been brought into what is called the panelist group in order to speak. The meeting will be recorded and available to view on the committee's YouTube channel soon after this meeting has concluded. In a moment, I'll have committee members introduce themselves. Before I do, I just want to check to make sure that we're all, everyone has their titles on their page, so people will know how to address us. And at this point, let's introduce ourselves. Representative Geiger, would you kick us off?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Representative Valley Geiger. I represent District 93, Rockland and Owl's Head.
Good morning. My name is John Andrews. I represent District 73 in Western Maine, which is comprised of the beautiful towns of Buckfield, Hebron, and Paris. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Sarah Pebworth. I represent House District 133 in the Blue Hill Peninsula.
Good morning. I'm Senator Scott Searway and represent District 16, which covers Waterville, Winslow, Fairfield, Benton, Albion, and Clinton, and Unity Township.
Good morning. I'm Representative Jack Ducharme, representing House District 111, which is Solon, Norridge Walk, and beautiful Madison, home of Timber HP by Go Labs.
Good morning, Maine. I'm Representative Sue Austin from my hometown of Gray, and I also represent the good folks of Raymond, Casco, and all of Frye Island.
Good morning, Representative Tibbs Hassenfuss, House District 81, which is Winthrop, Reedfield, and Parliament.
Good morning, everyone. Reagan La Rochelle, House District 86, representing part of Augusta.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sue Bernard. I represent part of the Crown of Maine, Caribou, Westmoreland, and New Sweden, and welcome to my world.
And good morning, everyone. Again, I'm your Senate Chair, Chip Curry, and I represent Senate District 11, which includes the 26 rural, coastal, and island communities of Waldo County. A few more announcements. I do, even though we've been doing this for a while, there often are technical issues, so we remind everyone to please be patient with us as we work through those technical issues. Again, the chat feature is only for technical assistance, and that is my reminder to also introduce two very important people to this committee. So our committee clerk is Eva Reed, and Eva, if you're there, thank you very much. If you have any technical assistance concerns, Eva will be responsible for moving people in from the attendee list over to the panelists in order to give testimony. If you have any technical assistance questions, please reach out to her. Feel free to use the chat feature or to email her or call her. And Eva, what is the committee phone number? I see it's on your screen, but it's pretty small on mine. So maybe you could say that.
207-287-4880.
Oh, great. Thank you very much. And also with us today is our committee analyst, who is Rachel Olson, and she will be supporting us throughout the day. So how the next section will, the public hearings have a pretty straightforward format. We'll hear first from the sponsor, any co-sponsors, then anyone in support of the bill, for the bill, anyone against the bill, and we'll wrap up with anyone neither for nor against the bill. And I think that is everything. We do have a 3-minute time limit for those wishing to give testimony, and I'll be enforcing that. It's difficult to give IQs in the Zoom format, so please forgive that I may have to interrupt you and ask you to wrap up politely. I'll politely ask you to wrap up. So with that, we will, I just want to make sure I have the right bill in front of me. This is, we will open up the public hearing. It's 1885. Ms. Reed, if you could bring in the bill sponsor. Welcome, Representative Fay.
Thank you, Senator Curry. That was my first time through the wormhole in this second session, and it still feels really awkward. So thank you, committee, for the opportunity to present this bill. Good morning. Senator Curry and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, and Business. I'm Jessica Fay, and I represent the people of House District 66, which includes part of Casco, part of Poland, and part of Raymond, which I am honored to share with your own Representative Austin. I'm here today to present LD 1885, an act to increase Maine's veterinary workforce. Maine has a shortage of veterinarians, and it is growing worse, particularly in rural communities where access to emergency and other specialty treatment is challenging. While this shortage is more acute in some areas than others, it's having an impact on Mainers across the state who love and care for animals. This critical workforce shortage has several causes, including the high cost of education, which results in veterinary students graduating with significant debt. My research suggests that the current cost of a degree in veterinary medicine is between $300,000 and $400,000. And that debt averaged over $180,000 in 2019. At the same time, Maine has the lowest annual pay for veterinarians in all of New England. This combination makes it clear why new veterinary graduates would choose to live and work elsewhere instead of staying in Maine. LD 1885 seeks to address this issue by building on the existing Maine Veterinary Loan Program, which is currently managed by FAME. The current program allows for a maximum of two participants, limited to the agricultural sector. This bill would increase the number of eligible students to 10 and expand the practice scope to emergency services as well. LD 1885 would increase the amount of the forgivable loan to $50,000 per year for up to 4 years, which could reduce loan debt significantly. I understand that this single proposal will not solve the problem completely, but it could be part of the solution. I purposefully narrowed the scope of the bill to emergency providers in underserved areas because that seems to be where this program could make the most impact. But I hope that you might consider additional changes if you decide they're warranted. Because this committee has extensive experience with other forgivable loan programs, I know that you have a robust understanding of what can make them most effective. When you're working on this proposal, I hope that you consider the testimony of other supporters and their expertise as to what changes to the bill and to the program might make the most impact on the ground. Should we add other types of practitioners like equine and small animal vets? Should there be a cap on participants? Should people pursuing a licensed veterinary technician credential be included? What amount of the loan should be forgivable under what criteria so as to make a meaningful difference? Because the program was initialized around agriculture, is it appropriate to set aside some slots specifically for this type of practitioner? We have a great opportunity right now to keep our pets and farms healthy by ensuring we have vets to take care of them. This bill proposes measured steps in that direction. And I thank you very much for your time. I'm happy to try to answer any questions you have now or before or during the work session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Fay. Chair recognizes Representative Andrews.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here. Just, you might know this, the answer to this question. Does Maine recognize out-of-state licenses for veterinarians? Or is there any kind of red tape that delays that process if people want to move from out of state to Maine and practice as a veterinarian?
That is, Representative Andrews, a wonderful question. And I suspect there might be someone else here today who could better answer that question, but I'm going to look into that as soon as I can.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for the sponsor? Chair recognizes Representative Bernard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Not so much a question as a comment. I'm not surprised at this wonderful piece of legislation that you brought forward, Representative Fay, after our little brief discussion that we had not so long ago. And we sort of got stuck on talking about our animals. So thank you very much for considering the fact that there are parts of Maine, especially the rural parts, that really struggle with having enough vets in the area to take care of the animals that are here. So thanks for bringing it forward. And I hope that we can come up with some sort of a solution if we put our heads together. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Bernard. And I am sure that the part of the state that you represent has a dearth of available, particularly emergency veterinary services. So look forward to working with you on this.
Chair recognizes Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Fay, thank you. And thank you so much for entering this bill and presenting it. Just a question about, I know in my area, all of the area veterinarians take turns being available for emergency services. So this bill is proposing to fund just veterinarians who only do emergency. Is that right? Rather than trying to increase the number of veterinarians practicing in the state of Maine?
So we tried to keep it narrow in anticipation that the committee might want to explore what types of veterinary practice there are in the state and what the need might be. I have to admit that when I first came up with the concept, after I had heard from a number of folks who were having trouble accessing emergency services specifically, that I thought it would be a good idea to start narrow. And then because, like I said in my testimony, because this committee has a lot of experience with other provider loan programs for human medicine, that maybe you had a little bit more experience or expertise about what scope might work best.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Chair recognizes Senator Searway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And good morning, Representative Fay. I just wanted to ask, I don't know if there's been like looking into ways to reduce costs on these education pieces. I know it's getting more and more demanding, like for nurses, doctors, veterinarians, and it's very expensive. And our labor force has decreased almost at least almost a third of what it was, or maybe less. And so I'm wondering how we're going to keep adding these big amounts to pay for their education when we don't have the income coming in later years with no labor. And so I'm just wondering if there's like an apprenticeship program or some type of streamlining cost, that sort of thing, maybe that all these type degrees should be looked at, because it just seems like it's getting to be a big issue. But I agree, this is a problem, and I'm glad you brought it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Searway. I think this committee is pretty well equipped to explore that conversation. I think for the purposes of this bill, one of the things I tried to do was keep it as simple as possible. This builds on an existing and current program that has been functioning fairly well. So expanding the program to include other underserved areas felt like a reasonable step in that direction. I mean, yes, we understand there is a significant workforce shortage across the board. I've been working a lot on the direct care workforce piece. And each and every workforce has a complicated reason why we don't have enough workers in that sector. So in the attempt to keep it simple, in the attempt to try to solve a problem, in a way that didn't bring in all of those complications is why I brought this bill this way. But I would certainly welcome the opportunity to work on, additional ways that we can alleviate some of the bottlenecks that we have in this workforce.
Chair recognizes Representative Hassenfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Fay, so I think going, to your previous answer there, this committee, we're all dealing with, dentists, doctors, nurses, all of these professions. It seems like every profession has the same problem of the debt is just so much higher than what people can afford to live on in Maine. And so then we have to find that balance between what professions are we going to support and what professions are we going to put the money into, so to speak. Is what you're proposing saying that we take a program that's already in existence, so it's really not going to cause us to have to find that balance between what professions we should put in a hierarchy. We can say we already have this program that's been working, that's going well. We're just expanding it to emergencies as well as the large animal type vets. Is that what your thought process was in bringing this to us?
That is exactly what my thought process was, and thank you for saying it a little bit more succinctly than I have. Yeah, keep it simple. My 8th grade English teacher, Andrea Ackerman, always told us to use the KISS acronym, and so that was what my attempt was here.
And then just the one other piece on that, do you know, is it going to add any additional, and we can find this out later too, but will it add additional funding to this, or is it just using the existing resources that is typically used with this?
I believe that if we expand the program from 2 and to whether 2 to 10 is the right number, I think the committee could have a conversation about that. 2 feels like a small number to me, and then expanding the amount from $25,000 to $50,000 in terms of the forgivable loan. Whether that's the right number, again, I certainly hope that's a conversation that the committee will have. I believe that there have been as many as 7 applicants just in the ag sector per year. Not per year, but over the last 5 years, there's been as many as 7 people who have applied, and there's only 2 slots available. So I chose the number 10 because it felt like that way we could expand it to other sectors and also cover the number of folks who were potentially using the program in the ag sector.
Chair recognizes Representative Ducharme.
Thank you, Chairman Curry. I appreciate, Representative Fay, I appreciate in the bill that you have this default section where it appears that if someone doesn't fulfill the terms under which they got approved for funding for this, there is some kind of mechanism to get that back. I agree with Senator Searway that we need to look at alternative things, and I'm concerned about the cost of it, but could you just kind of give us a synopsis of how that default piece would work, please?
So that's in the existing program. So I envision that it functions the way it does right now. And I believe, and no, I'm not going to say this because I'm not sure. I think FAME could probably answer the question better than I could about whether folks are actually defaulting. I think it's the default rate, if there is one, is probably pretty low.
Chair recognizes Representative Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome to our committee. Good to see you, and I look forward to seeing you in the real tomorrow. You touched upon my question. You said that, again, maybe I need you to just restate it, but over the last how many years, there's been approximately 7 that have applied for the 2 slots. Does that sound right?
So I think the applications renew each year. So there have been some years where there have been 2 applicants, some years where there have been 4, some years where there have been a number of years where there have been up to 7. So I'd have to go back and check my notes, Representative Austin. Oh, and I see my internet connection is unstable. So I apologize for turning off my video here, but I want to be able to answer your question. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So let me go back and see if I can get the exact numbers for you, and I'll bring that to the work session.
Is Mr. Norbert, is he with us today? Would he be able to share some information, or is it just someone else specific within FAME? Do you know?
Representative Austin, Mr. Norbert is in the attendee list, and we'll bring him up relatively soon.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Representative.
Chair recognizes Representative La Rochelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Representative Fay. As I realize someone from FAME is here, I'm wondering if this question might be better directed to them, but I was just curious if someone could tell me where the applicants for the current program are coming from. Are they out of state? Are they people who are here who are working currently and recognize this program and are able to take advantage of it?
That is a great question, Representative La Rochelle, and I do not know the answer. Hopefully, we can find that out because I think it's a great point.
That's fine. Like I said, I thought it might be a little unfair to direct to you, but I'll certainly hold on to that. And I just had a follow-up question, if I could ask. I was just looking here at some of the requirements for veterinary training, and I see to become board certified, it seems that these doctors would need to do an internship or a residency. And I guess my other question was, one, does the practice in the agricultural sector require that level of board certification? And if so, do we have any internships, or how many internships and residency programs do we have in Maine? Just out of curiosity, I feel like sometimes where people do that type of training is where they end up staying. So those are just 2 questions. And again, I don't know if that's an answer that you have, or if maybe someone in the attendee list might be able to touch upon that.
I don't have the answer. And again, I love the question. This is the best part about presenting a piece of legislation, is when you get to the committee who really knows the subject matter has really good questions about the workforce in the sector that I might not have thought of. So thank you for the question. And I'm hoping we can find an answer. If we don't get one today, I'll certainly dig into that and get that information to the committee.
Great, thank you very much.
Seeing no other questions, Representative Fay, thank you very much for introducing this bill, and we will be shifting you back to the attendee list, and I appreciate you putting this before us.
Thank you so much.
And next, Ms. Reed, if you could bring in, let's bring in a couple at a time here. If you could bring in Mr. Bill Norbert and Amanda Bissell with the Maine Veterinary Medical Association. We'll start with Mr. Norbert.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
I realized I'm going
Yes.
in the wrong order on this. I just saw that. And so we'll shift you back and we'll bring you back at the end here.
I'll be waiting. Thanks.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Bissell, is that correct? Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Curry and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Dr. Amanda Biesel, and I am a small animal veterinarian practicing in Skowhegan, and I've been here for over 10 years now. And I am here today representing the Maine Veterinary Medical Association in our strong support of LD 1885 to expand the existing veterinary loan program in Maine. So Representative Fay touched on a number of things, and a number of the questions that were asked I may have answers to. So after my testimony, if you want to ask them, I would be happy to answer. There are three main parts of this bill that I want to focus on today. So one is broadening the scope of who can apply. So currently it is livestock veterinarians. And as Representative Fay mentioned, it's the whole state and all areas of veterinary practice that are struggling in Maine to find veterinarians. And so we would actually encourage the committee discuss how it should be broadened, and it may be something to consider just broadening it to all veterinarians in the state, but reserving 1 to 2 slots specifically for agricultural or livestock veterinarians. So that would be something to consider, especially where there really aren't any emergency only clinics in the northern half of the state. And those are areas that have a pretty high need for small animal practitioners. The second area is considering to increase the loan amount. So as Representative Fay mentioned, the cost of education is very high right now, as it is for most things, but $25,000 a year is extremely helpful, because that could amount to a total of $100,000 for a student, and that would make an enormous difference. But potentially increasing it to $50,000 a year would cover most of the cost of the veterinary school portion of their education. Then the third area that I think is maybe even more important is increasing the potential number of recipients. And that is because, as Representative Fay mentioned, we're actually starting to see more people applying for this than have in the past, and being able to supply this type of loan that can then be forgiven if they come back and work in Maine would be very helpful. So I looked at the classifieds on our website, and I didn't even get through half of the page, and I had already gotten to 40. So there are 40, probably 80 open positions in the state of Maine right now for veterinarians, and they encompass all areas of practice. So they include the diagnostic labs, they include large animal, equine, small animal, emergency medicine. So it's a pretty huge demand. So I think, we would strongly encourage broadening the scope of who can apply, and then also increase the number of potential receivers of this type of loan as the primary goals of what we recommend today. Thank you for considering these changes, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Chair recognizes Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Dr. Bissell, for presenting today. I don't know that you'll have the answer to this, but what I'm wondering about is thinking about Senator Searway's comment about the expense of school. It's my understanding that the only veterinary school in Maine is the University of New England, that there are pre-vet programs, but that's the only one. Do you think this program, if we expanded it, are there enough students at the University of New England that we could reach? Because I'm trying to figure out how even offering this would make a dent if most of our students are coming from outside of Maine. How would they find out about it? You know?
Exactly, great question. So there's actually no veterinary school in the state of Maine. There are veterinary technician schools, but no veterinary school. So we have students graduating in a pre-vet program or pre-health program that are going on to either PEI up there for veterinary school, so out of the country, or going down to Tufts is the other closest veterinary school. So it's very difficult, as many of you probably know, to get into veterinary school in the first place, especially where you don't have an in-state program. So there aren't, this bill currently would only allow current veterinary students that are citizens of Maine who intend to come back to Maine to apply. So, that would be a part of something for the committee to decide. Do they want to expand that to students who decide they want to move to Maine? Because I think personally, I decided that in my 4th year. So I might have been able to apply as a 4th-year student, but I was not a Maine citizen. So that would be something for the committee to discuss. I'm not sure how the other loan programs work to try to encourage new people to come to Maine, since not very many Maine students are then able to go out and on to veterinary school. It sounds like there's enough applicants though currently, so that may not be something to consider. But yeah, so the cost of education is very high, and it's tough where we don't have a school in the state. And I would be happy to work with any of you for other ideas as to how we can increase the veterinary workforce in other ways.
Chair recognizes Representative Andrews.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've got a two-parter. The first one is for Rachel for the work session. I know that Tufts Medical School is one of the schools where Maine kind of pulls people for internship and residency. So I'm wondering if there's any parallels from that program that are transferable to this, if there's any good parts that are working. Just something I thought about while the doctor was speaking. And secondly, a question for Dr. Bissell. Maybe you can answer the question on how easy or difficult is it to transfer credentials from out of state to Maine? And is there anything that we could incorporate into this bill to make that easier for people so they want to come here? So if you make it easy for people to go somewhere, they tend to want to go there.
So it's pretty easy to get your license. You do need to reapply. It's not a transferable license between states, but it's a fairly straightforward system. There's no additional exam, which is helpful. So some states require another test. When you are a 4th-year student and you're taking your board exam, you have to say where you intend to get licensed. So, for me, I think I chose Pennsylvania initially, and then I had to add on Maine. So that's something where, again, kind of like I mentioned previously, if you consider to expand this to students who are not Maine citizens, but intend to come and work in Maine, that would be something that might help with that aspect.
When you had to declare where you wanted to practice, was that limited to like your top 3, or could it be anywhere that you wanted, just out of curiosity?
So for the board exam, you have to pick one, and then you have to pay to send it to your exam score to additional states.
Is that fairly common?
Yes, I think a lot of students will just automatically choose the state that their school is in. So I think the number of schools are expanding. I think there's 32 or 33 right now in the whole country. So a lot of students, I think it's starting to change where most students know where they're going to go. For me, I knew a couple months after I took the exam.
All right, thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative La Rochelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Dr. Bissell. I don't know if you had heard my question while you were in the
Yes.
waiting area, but one of them was that you might be able to answer is the number of internships and residency programs in Maine and whether an agricultural vet is typically board certified.
So for the veterinary profession in general, we don't need to be board certified. So we can practice in any area type, any type of animal without board certification. So especially in livestock, usually when you graduate, ideally, hopefully you're working with a mentor who's helping doing additional training from school, and you're working with another large animal veterinarian for those first couple of years. Same in small animal medicine or equine. I don't actually think Maine has any internship or residency programs. So typically the board certification is for a lot of small animal fields. So small animal surgery is a really important one. And we do have a couple of specialists in the state. And I think there might be a couple testifying today. And oncology, of course, a lot of the small animal ones, there are large animal specialties too in all of the same areas, but a lot of those individuals work at really large hospital facilities or at the schools.
Okay, thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Hassenfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Bissell, can you just explain to me the process of becoming a vet, so like the schooling, and then once you're out, what it looks like, what private practice is like, or if you're in a clinic setting, or it's a world that I'm not familiar with. So I'm wondering if you just walk me through that.
Of course, thank you. So a lot of veterinarians view it as kind of a calling. So many of us have wanted to do it from a young age, not everyone, but many. So I went to undergrad knowing I wanted to become a veterinarian. So I studied biology. And then, so it's 4 years undergrad. You need your Bachelor of Science education. You need to take pre-vet certain courses, just like for medical school, organic chemistry, physics, that type of thing. And then depending on where you're at and how accomplished you might be, you apply to veterinary school, which can be extremely competitive. So that is another 4 years, same as medical school, and then you graduate. And the difference between, it's essentially like almost like family practice, where you don't necessarily need to do an internship and residency. You can choose to do so, but it's not as common in veterinary medicine as it is in human medicine. So right after I graduated, I started working in Skowhegan, and I was lucky to have some very good mentors. So my bosses were my mentors and helped me learn more after veterinary school as I was working. And a lot of veterinarians will continue on just as an associate position, meaning you're practicing in the clinic and salaried, or you can choose to become an owner, like in other small medical practices or small dental practices. It's pretty common for a veterinarian to become an owner. And that's similar in all types of veterinary practice, equine, large animal, small animal. And so typically large animal are on call 24/7 because they can't come, there's no emergency hospital. And usually they try to share that. So it's not just one veterinarian all year round on call. Small animal field has really moved away from that because we can't get enough people to want to work, part of why this bill is forward. So small animal medicine, there's just been a very large generational shift in what people are willing to work and what hours they're willing to work and how hard they're willing to work. And so a lot of veterinarians want to either be part-time or, work 8 to 5 and be done. And so that brings about the big need for a lot of our emergency services where the small animal clinician used to cover after hours emergency services, and now they're not.
Chair recognizes Representative Austin.
I guess I've been live from the last time I talked. So thank you, Doctor. That really gives us a great picture of the journey. I'm really pretty fortunate. Our constituents here in the twin towns of Greater Gloucester, we have 2 veterinaries. So it was my understanding that we did not have a school. So I'm just wondering, I'm kind of rolling back this consideration into the earlier days of all of this and saying, I know what we went through as a committee to get dentistry here at UNE. And I'm just wondering, what's the current conversation about looking to having a goal to eventually have veterinary education here? Is there any really good news looming on the horizon for that expertise, or do you know?
I'm involved a lot volunteering at our national level also with veterinary medicine, and I don't really think it's realistic for the state of Maine to consider starting a veterinary school because it's an extremely expensive form of education to provide. And it's a long course of education. It's a lot of specialists that are providing the education. So these board certified specialists are who teach, not a veterinarian like me. And however, there is talk of trying to elevate. We have licensed veterinary technicians in the state, and so like an RN, and they are extremely intelligent. They're very well trained. They take an exam. So there's a lot of debate on, could we elevate their profession further? Could they have bigger roles to help fill some of the need that we're seeing? So I'd be happy to continue that conversation further after this.
That is a good piece for us to give a lot of thought to. Thank you very much. The other thing is, in the conversation over emergency, when you say emergency, does that mean necessarily being, let me see, how do I want to say, you would hit the road to give emergency service? Obviously with the larger sector of animals, I would think that would have to be, but can you expound upon that just a little bit about emergency?
Sure. So large animal medicine, you're going to the farm usually, or some of the bigger hospitals like Annabessacook, they can have them trailer the animal to the hospital. However, in small animal medicine, it usually would mean driving to your clinic after hours and meeting the individual there. Especially in rural areas, that's kind of needed because there's nowhere to go. So even for me in Skowhegan, the closest after hours care for small animals is Brewer, which is a good hour drive, or Lewiston, which is an hour and 15. And the closest specialty hospital for a specialty surgeon is an hour and a half down in Portland or Scarborough. And I'm in Skowhegan, which I think some would say is still the lower half of the state. So anyone north of Bangor has nothing, or they're driving very far. And even still, we service Jackman, a lot of people from Jackman, and that's an hour and a half just to get to us. So for them to imagine driving 2.5 hours to see someone after 5 p.m. is really difficult. And a lot of the animals just wait until morning if they can. And, it's tough. It's tough to think about going in after hours when you've worked a full day already. That's hard. A lot of the veterinarian has had a very large gender shift, which is affecting some of this. It's over 80% women now graduating each year. And so that's affected quite a bit of who wants to work when.
Thank you. That's been very helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Chair recognizes Senator Seaway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Dr. Bissell. I grew up on a farm, so I understand, and I actually bred cattle for Eastern years ago for 8 years and worked with Cornell University on a lot of the situations with hormones and all that, where they also get the fertilization for cattle and whatever. So, and Dr. Gross used to be from Cornell. I guess he went to college there. So Cornell is also another good college, right, for veterinarian. But also, I was wondering when it comes to University of Maine, if there was a way to invest instead of taking more money and putting it towards loans, if it would be a better investment if we could get a internship through the University of Maine to to have a program. And that may be an incentive for people to be here and stay. And I don't know what your thoughts are on that.
So that would have to focus in the large animal realm, I think. There is a technician program there right now, but it is a 4-year undergraduate degree. But most of the individuals doing the educating are not board certified. And to do an internship program, there's quite a few, for veterinarians, there's quite a few requirements, as you might imagine, like in the human field. And I think you may have trouble finding board certified veterinarians to be there. I'd be happy to talk about it more, is what might be involved with that instead of taking up all of your time. But I think there would be a lot needed to get to that level to offer an internship. And I think if that's something you're considering, you might as well just put all that energy towards making it a veterinary school, because it's probably almost a similar level that you might need. But I'm not sure if they're testifying today, but the big specialty hospitals down in Portland and Scarborough would have what's needed to add on some small animal internships.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Biesel. And at this point, I'd like to, Ms. Reed, if you can promote Representative McCray and Representative Toole. See if they're with us at this point. I see Representative McCray is with us. Representative McCray, I apologize for going out of order and missing that you were on the attendee list. Thank you very much. As a co-sponsor of this bill, you have the committee's attention.
Mr. Chair, don't worry about it. I was in another committee and it took me a few minutes to get here, so it probably wasn't even you. Good morning, Senator Curry and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, and Business. I'm Representative David McCray, and I represent House District 148 up in central Aroostook County. I have lived my life in the great little town of Fort Fairfield. I am here today to speak in support of LD 1885, an act to increase Maine's veterinary workforce. Like I said, I live in central Aroostook County. I have 3 cats, a dog, and we have 2 horses. Nearly everyone I know has household pets, but due to a shortage of veterinarians in our rural region, getting a veterinarian is nearly impossible. If a person has a family vet, they are fortunate and most certainly cherish that relationship. For the people who are new to the area or become owners of animals, large or small, they are most likely to be told that vets are not taking on new customers due to the fact that they are already overworked and overbooked. The problem of securing veterinary services for large animals such as horses, cattle, or sheep has reached near epidemic proportions, probably statewide. In emergency situations, these animals are put in life or death situations. I wish to point out that LD 1885 is not a grant program, but solely a loan program and is therefore sustainable. The number of vets supported absolutely needs to be increased. It's my understanding that this loan program covers 2 vets at this time and is proposing to go to 10. What I'd like to point out is that, like in another committee, the ACF committee, we had a bill, one of the very first bills that I was asked to sponsor by the Maine Potato Board was to reauthorize or to boost up the a bill for creating storage for potatoes. And it was a revolving thing. The failure rate was like 0.02%. It didn't need more money all the time. It was just a revolving loan fund and it had to be boosted up. I see this to be very similar. The ask here is to move that fund up to $500,000, which to me, in my region, that's just a no-brainer. I suspect even in the greater Portland area, there is definitely a need for more vets, and especially large animal vets. So I think this has reached disastrous proportions, and I don't know that this is going to fix it. I know it isn't going to fix it, but it is going to help. So for those reasons, I totally support this bill. I thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Any questions for Representative McCray? Representative Hassenfuss, do you have a question?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative McCray, if you just got a new puppy and it ate a shirt and got it caught in his intestines, what would it look like in your district? What would you do? It's, 7 o'clock at night. What do you do?
If I got one, I probably could find our regular vet that we've been using for forever. I suspect that they would be able to accommodate that and would go the extra mile to see to it that we got care. If I was just a person that moved in from, let's say, down your way, and moved and bought a house up here, and I had an animal, new or otherwise, I think it probably would require that I'd have to perhaps even go as far as Bangor to get somewhere where I could actually have an appointment, because I've noticed over the last 10 years, it is becoming more and more and more difficult to play on the heartstrings of a veterinarian and say, okay, I need you to, I'm sorry, I don't do this. And I've seen that happen. I have friends that has happened to. So, and I'm not saying that we're the only area that's that way, but I can assure you that it's reaching epidemic proportions in my rural part of the state.
Chair recognizes Representative Bernard.
Thank you very much, Chair Curry. I just wanted to explain a little bit more the question that you bring up, Representative Hassenfuss. It's a good one because I can tell you from personal experience, my daughter had a little puppy. She came here. We had cleaned the house tremendously, but there was a little bit of, it was a mouse poison that was downstairs in a corner, had been there for a long time. I didn't even know that it was there. Anyway, this little puppy found it and ate it. And so she was very sick. And so I called the vets that I know are around here. I don't have a vet. I don't have a pet, so I don't have a vet. And so this is a new dog for them. And it was at night. So we, after being on hold for a while and told, try to get it to throw it up with Epicac, or I can't remember with what kind of a solution. Anyway, that I was told we're going to have to take her to Bangor. Yep, that's what happened. So yes, you're absolutely right, Representative McCray. It can be really bad. You can just kind of hope that the whole thing goes away. And in this case, maybe we could have doused her with enough water, but she wasn't drinking. But just wanted to let you know that if you are a new person to a vet up here, there are no guarantees that you're going to be able to get your pet in an emergency.
Chair recognizes, no other questions. Seeing no other questions for Representative McCray. Thank you very much for presenting to the IDEA Committee today.
Thank you very much for your time and consideration. Have a good day.
Thank you. Welcome, Representative Toole.
Thank you.
Thank you for co-sponsoring this bill and bringing your testimony before us.
Yes, thank you, Senator Curry. Representative Roberts, distinguished members of the Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, and Business Committee. My name is Will Toole. I represent the communities of Cutler, East Machias, Eastport, Lubac, Machias, Machiasport, Roquelaure, Whiting, and Truscott in the 130th Maine Legislature. And it's my honor to join you today to speak in unequivocal support of my friend Representative Fay's bill, LD 1885, which seeks to improve veterinary care in rural Maine. Let me begin by telling you a story about my aunt and uncle's 20-month-old British cream retriever, Misty, as I believe it underscores just how dire things are with veterinary care down east. Misty is an active dog. She loves to run, play ball, swim, and be outdoors. During my last campaign, she rode around the district with my aunt and I as we put out yard signs and such, although she was just a small puppy at the time. Last summer, on one of our excursions, she came up lame. As it was a Friday, my aunt called the vet's office and made an appointment for the following Thursday. Our vet comes to Washington County from Ellsworth one day a week as part of a clinic. We nursed Misty along for the next week or so, took her to the vet, who was busy with no shortage of other families seeking care for their animals. The vet was great, but did not have x-ray equipment with him, as he uses the local fire station to see animals when he's in the area. So he examined her, gave her a prescription, told us to come back if she wasn't showing signs of improvement in a couple of weeks. His belief was she had a pulled muscle and that they take a few weeks to heal with medication and rest. Well, she got better, but she never fully recovered at the time. Life gets busy, people have to work, so we let it slide a few weeks to a couple of months, because who really wants to take a day and drive to Ellsworth for an x-ray if you can avoid doing so? Well, fall rolled along and Misty was starting to get worse again. So we bit the bullet, thought it would be best to have her thoroughly examined before winter hit, and sacked her to Ellsworth. Misty spent the next 4 days in the animal hospital in Ellsworth. Why? Not only did she have a torn left ACL, but she had a partially torn right ACL, a case of anaplasmosis, a tick-borne disease, and 3 golf ball-sized rocks embedded in her stomach, which the vet found when he did the x-ray of her leg. Because the vet has other patients, operates 3 smaller clinics down east, and wanted Misty to pass the rocks if possible, she wound up spending several nights in Ellsworth before having surgery, both to fully fix her torn ACL and remove the rocks. As props are not allowed in committee, I cannot show you how huge the rocks were, but it's a miracle Misty survived swallowing them and that they didn't rupture her intestines. So she had surgery in mid-November. It took about a couple of weeks to recover and is mostly walking without a limp now and is back to her old self. But the fact that we live 60 miles from Ellsworth, that there are only a couple of vets down east, and that they don't all have the equipment to fully care for animals in a timely manner, or that the pet owner has to take a day off work to get their pet cared for, creates a huge hardship for so many folks. Misty's story ended well, but how many others have not? How many people have either put off care or gone to great personal expense to access quality care for their animals? A few weeks ago, members of our county legislative delegation met with the chief executive to discuss an unrelated bill. At the time, the chief executive expressed concern over the legislation in question, as her belief was that it would only amplify a shortage of attorneys in rural areas. While we would disagree with that, the fact is that rural areas are the least served, hardest to access, whether it is doctors, vets, attorneys, tradespeople, and professional workers. Legislation like this may just be how we start to address those issues at the state level, and may just incentivize things so that people in our area struggle to access. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'd be happy to take any questions if folks have them.
Thank you, Representative Toole. Are there any questions for Representative Toole? Seeing no questions.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, and welcome to the Idea Business Committee.
Thank you. You have a great afternoon, morning.
You too. Okay, at this point, I'd like to check in with Ms. Reed. Are there any other co-sponsors in the attendee list?
There are no more co-sponsors.
Thank you. So we'll go back to those for the bill. And let's see. Going to ask, you could promote, sorry, got a lot of screens here and I'm looking for the attendee list. There we go. You could promote Samantha Warren. And I see that you've promoted Casey Cole. We'll start with Casey Cole.
Good morning, Senator Curry and distinguished members of the committee. I'm Dr. Casey Cole. I've practiced medicine in Maine since I've graduated vet school in 2014. I've practiced as a mixed animal vet in central Maine and also currently practice as an emergency veterinarian in southern Maine. I've also served on the selection committee for the current Maine veterinary loan program as well for several years. Emergency veterinarians in the state have always been hard to find. We have 5 emergency clinics in the state right now. There's one in Brewer, there's one in Warren, there's one in Lewiston, there's one in Portland, and there's one in Scarborough. Of the 5, only 2 are full-time, 24/7 clinics. The clinic at Lewiston, Warren, and Brewer are all during the week open 5 p.m. to 8 a.m. During the weekend, they're open 24 hours to cover times clinics closed. In the past couple of years, almost every emergency veterinary clinic in Maine has had to divert patients because they couldn't handle the load. Some clinics have had to close for nights because they do not have staff. Some clinics had to close early for nights. One clinic has even had to close Monday and Tuesdays every week. I think they currently still are. Just from my own personal experience, I have clients coming from 2 to 3 hours away just to get to my veterinary clinic because they either can't get into their emergency clinic or the wait's so long that it's faster just to drive down to my clinic. In an extreme case, I saw a dog a couple weeks ago from Northern Aroostook just for limping because it had been limping for 4 days and could not get into anywhere. So it was easier for them to drive down than wait a few more days to get into a vet to see why the dog was limping. My concern right now is, depending on what happens to your animal, if you're in a certain part of the state of Maine, you might have a condition that's very treatable, but your pet might die. Things like twisted stomachs, cats with urinary obstructions, all easily treatable, but need to be treated right away. If they're not, it's a fatal condition. And if you're up in Aroostook and the closest emergency clinic's closed, you're not going to make it. We need to fill this gap with emergency veterinarians, and this program provides a good opportunity to do that. My hope is that once we do this program and increase the funding for it to increase the loan to $50,000 per person, we can try to attract more veterinarians. Just because with the student debt Maine veterinarians are facing, particularly because we're all out of state, we don't get in-state tuition costs. Our student loans are astronomical. Mine's quite large, and I know most of my colleagues are quite large too. Even on income-based payment plans, most of us aren't even planning on paying them off in our lifetime at this point. So hopefully with this loan program, we encourage some people to go into a sector that desperately needs veterinarians. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions that were answered before, because I do know some bits about the loan program myself, and being an emergency vet, I'm happy to answer questions on that front as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Cole. And I see we do have questions, so I will go to Representative Andrews.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am curious as to what the average salary is for a veterinarian in Maine, and you probably know better than anyone. Do you think that the ability to pay back this loan once they're established in their practice will be an issue?
I don't think paying back this loan will be an issue based on how the program itself is, because part of it is the loan forgiveness program for specifically practicing. Right now, it's only for practicing farm animal medicine, but also if this bill passes, it'll be for practicing emergency medicine. The average, I don't know the average salary. I'm emergency at a specialty clinic in the southern part of the state. I make more than an emergency veterinarian in central Maine. When I started veterinary medicine as a mixed animal practitioner in central Maine, mid 5 figures was what I was making. It's more now, but still not enough to keep.
It varies geographically around the state.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I know the cost in southern Maine, it's not going to be anywhere near that in central Maine, or absolutely not going to be near that in northern Maine.
Is it more in rural areas because of demand, or is it more in population dense areas because of activity?
Yeah, population dense areas because of activity. You'll see higher salaries down in southern Maine.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah.
Chair recognizes Representative Pebworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Cole, for being here today. You mentioned that you were on the selection committee.
Yep.
Can you tell me a little bit more about that? And in particular, we heard a suggestion the bill itself increases the number of awards from 2 to 10 per year. So I'm curious about your sense of that. And you definitely mentioned that increasing the money would help that. But I think I understood that there were already more applicants than awards anyway. So if you can help me understand that a little bit, I would appreciate it.
Yep. So my experience has been, I think in the past 3 years, there's been 5 to 7 applicants a year. The selection process is pretty rigorous. There's a lot of criteria they have to pass. And the loans are only going to the most deserving individuals, people that commit a lot of time into outside clubs for farm animal, a lot of farm animal experience. And time in Maine is considered as well. Their link to Maine is highly considered. I think to me, it's impressive that many vets sign up for just the farm animal program in Maine, because we don't tend to see a lot of farm animal vets now. If you expand it to emergency veterinarians, I think you're going to see far more people apply. I think you're probably going to see more like 10 to 20 people apply, honestly. But it also depends on how many Maine students get into veterinary schools. That's a number it's hard to guess. I know 2 people that get accepted this year personally. There's clearly more, but the admissions process is pretty rigorous, and most schools favor their in-state students over out of state. So it's hard to estimate how many students are going to apply every year just based on that.
Great, thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Chair recognizes Representative LaRochelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Dr. Cole. Thanks for joining us today. My question, since you're on the loan committee, and I appreciate you pointing out that these are Maine students who went to Maine schools, undergraduate schools. Is that right? Is that who is eligible initially?
They need a link to Maine for the selection criteria. I don't think they necessarily need to go to Maine undergrad schools. A lot of people going to vet school will choose undergrad schools that have a vet school because it increases the chances of getting in. And I think discouraging that would be ill-advised.
Okay. So I guess my question kind of is trying to figure out how we might attract people to Maine. And what you're saying is that the selection committee right now is geared more towards people who you feel have a strong tie to Maine and are probably more likely to stay here after the loan is paid off. Is that kind of the thought process behind that?
Yeah, the thought process is to keep attracting people to the state of Maine with the loan. The program offers forgiveness for working in Maine too, to keep them here. I would imagine with the hope that once they establish themselves here, they'll remain. But other than that, I don't think there's a way to really force people to stay in the state longer than the terms of the loan.
No, I agree with that. I guess again, if you said that you could see the kind of the demand of the loan increasing if we were to expand it to the emergency vet type situations. And I'm just wondering what your thoughts were if we were to be a little less stringent about the main tie, for example. I'm just trying, I mean, I don't know that this is, I guess I'll just stop and see what your thoughts were on that.
If you're less stringent on the main tie, then you might attract more people to Maine. If it's less requirement to be in Maine, to be from Maine, you'd probably see some more people outside of Maine applying to the program.
Okay.
I could see that just with the demand for paying off veterinary loans.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Dr. Cole, for being here today. This is a new world, so I so appreciate the education that you've all been willing to give us on this issue. So to review, we have no Maine schools. We have Maine students who are in veterinary school who can apply for currently 2 loans if they are moving into farm animal medicine.
Yes.
And I'm curious about the idea of that you would expect many more applicants for emergency medicine, because what it sounds like to me is that emergency medicine requires already that you are a fairly skilled vet, since you don't know what's going to walk in the door and you need to respond to it. So how likely is it that we're going to get students coming without a residency, having just completed their 4 years, who are going to want to be emergency vets without having worked already in a clinic for a few years?
I think it's fairly likely. I know 3 or 4 people that have done that in the past 4 years without this program. They've done it in 2 of them have done internships, 2 of them didn't, then went right into emergency medicine. So I think it's likely. There's more interest in small animal medicine in the veterinary world than farm. So I was surprised we had that many people from Maine applying to the farm loan program when I was doing the selection committee. I think you'll see more people with the small animal program.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Representative Andrews, did you have a question?
I did. I had a question I wanted to note for Rachel. I like the idea of Representative LaRochelle's thought to lessen the main ties to attract more people. And I thought maybe we could replace that with a declaration of being willing to serve in an underserved geographic location, like in rural Maine. If we have somebody who doesn't have Maine ties, but they're willing to do 5 years up in the county while they pay off their loans, I think that might be a good benefit for everyone, something to explore in the work session. And perhaps the good doctor could comment on that if he thinks that's something that could work.
I think that would be the perfect use of this loan program, actually, to get people to those areas. We have to keep in mind that there's only 5 emergency clinics in Maine, and 2 of them aren't in rural areas, but there's enough of a demand in those areas that we certainly could use vets in those clinics easily.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Representative Hassenfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Cole, if we expanded the current program to include emergency small animal vets, is that going to deter people from taking advantage of the large animal aspect of it?
So veterinarians tend to be, in my experience, tend to be very driven by what they like to do, what their passion is. The people that apply for the farm animal vet program have all applied because they've grown up with farm animals, they've worked on farm animals, they've been involved with things like 4-H and farming clubs their whole life. So I don't think that's going to discourage them at all. I think they'll still apply for the program. Like in the same manner, the small animal vets aren't applying for the program for large animal because that's not what they want to do. The large animal vets aren't going to apply to the small animal program because that's not what they want to do. I don't think it'll change anything.
Yeah.
For that.
I guess just part of my concern is that I worry that it'll be consumed with all small animal vets. You know, there's 20 applicants so there's no room in there for the large animal too. But
I mean, we could easily set a limit on how many small animal vets and how many large animal vets get the loan each year. With different criteria for each, because the selection committee for the large animal vet part has specific questions with their relationship to large animals, how much large animal experience they have. So it's not like they would get overshadowed by each. If we had a limit, it would be easy to follow that.
Chair recognizes Representative Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Dr. Cole, I believe I heard you reference the forgiveness of the folks staying in Maine to work after their credential. Can you repeat that again? I didn't hear the number of years, or if you did say a number of years.
I can't remember the number of the years off the top of my head. My experience with the loan program has solely been with the selection committee selecting the people applying for the program. I'm not sure of the exact number of years. I think it's 5 to 7, but I could be very off on that.
Do you see that as, if more work was done on that time frame, do you see that still as being a good carrot?
I think so.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Searway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Cole, I was just wondering on, as far as the numbers on expansion, you're talking, a ratio maybe of 2 or 3 large animal and maybe 5 to 7 small animal, maybe for the expansion.
Yeah, I think that those numbers make sense with the demand for small animal versus large animal in the state.
And the other part, I was wondering, now there was mentioned about the 25,000 a year has been working pretty well. What percentage of a 4-year or how many years would that actually take care of on their loan program? Is it like a quarter or a third?
I'd say between a quarter and a third.
Okay, so I'm wondering, it seemed like it was a big help, and that's quite an incentive. So I'm just thinking if we could expand. I mean, we're having issues with a lot of different entities like medical doctors and nurses, and it just goes on because of shortages. And I'm just wondering if the expansion would be enough to help in many ways.
Oh, I think the expansion would help. Absolutely. I think any expansion would help. So this proposal, I think, would be a huge benefit for us.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions. Thank you very much, Dr. Cole.
Thank you.
And Ms. Reed, if you can promote, I'm looking down the attendee list. Joan Hendricks. Welcome. And if you'd like to turn on your camera, you're welcome to do that.
Good morning.
Welcome. Please introduce yourself, and the floor is yours.
I shall. I'm delighted, Senator Curry, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, and Business to testify in strong support of LD 1885. I'm Dr. Joan Hendricks. I spent a career at the University of Pennsylvania and 40 years after getting my veterinary and graduate training there. I ended my time at the University of Pennsylvania with 12 years as the dean of the school, so I'm happy to answer questions about the costs and the path to training. You are making wise investments to an already valuable source of to veterinarians in training. You're going to allow highly educated and passionate Mainers, your best and brightest, to do what they want to do, return to Maine to serve Maine people and their animals. I retired to Maine in 2018. So my perspective is that of someone who spent a career in training veterinarians and then seeing what they are doing now as members of as a member of the MVMA and its legislative committee. Maine veterinarians serve small farmers rather than large single species farms. This is a really interesting and satisfying kind of practice, but it requires a lot of time to travel between the multiple small farms, and vets have to be very thrifty because the clients are not wealthy. So my perspective is what the impact of this program will be on the next generation and their career choices. What I really know about is student training, student debt, and how it influences career choices. As you've heard, students can have hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt from vet school alone. A veterinary education is expensive. We have to train in all specialties, derm, neuro, ortho, every ophthalmology, and we have to train in every species, not just humans. There are other reasons that the cost is high. You might ask why students can't work during vet school to offset their costs. It is just incredibly rigorous, and most do not want to take time away from their training to also work. They're very cautious about taking on debt. They don't do this lightly. They get counseling and they take on the absolute minimum of debt. The social impact is, as you're hearing, that this enormous debt cannot be paid back if you're in a practice area that doesn't pay very well. So I've seen students over and over again whose absolute dream was to return to Maine. Penn, Tufts, and Cornell are the schools that usually train Mainers within the United States. Their dream is to return, and they absolutely cannot do it when they face the financial realities. Your amended loan program, I would see that it will enable students to do what they really want to do and what Maine needs. Maine needs vets for food safety, public health, as well as animal health. Your bill might prevent the next pandemic, as well as helping the animals and their owners. Further, you should know that from my perspective, non-residents will want to move here if you can expand the inclusion criteria. Maine is a really attractive place, and especially to veterinarians, we like places where there are not very many people. We like the animals a lot. Concluding with a little story from my own reality here. I'm not licensed to practice in Maine. I'm fully retired. I've been offered positions twice when I took my dog to the vet. My current veterinarian is on pregnancy leave. There are no replacements available. Veterinary technicians are providing the care, and as you've heard, veterinary technicians are excellent, and it would be good to think about expanding, getting them to stay as well. So with that, I want to conclude and offer to help in any way that I can.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hendricks. Chair recognizes Representative Andrews.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Hendricks, I heard you mention Penn, Tufts, and Cornell, and I was curious if there are any active recruitment efforts to get people to move to Maine to be veterinarians in practice, or if you think advertising this potential loan program at those schools would be conducive to people moving here and practicing as vets. Thank you.
Well, as you've heard, there are only 33 vet schools in the United States, and that's actually an expansion. Vets commonly consider the national reach and even international. When they apply to vet schools, a lot of vet students actually are trained internationally, and I'm not just talking Canada. So they look also very widely for where they want to practice, and you've heard it's the passion of the kind of practice they want to do. They want to care for animals that need them and for wonderful people who care about the animals. So vets routinely look pretty far. There's actually a website for the association that coordinates all the vet schools, has a website that's about loans and about forgiveness situations. I can pretty much assure you everyone will know right away. This would be a really substantial draw. And as I've said, the kind of practice that you can do in Maine is what people dream of practicing.
Dr. Hendricks, I have a question for you. What is what are other states that have a similar kind of situation as Maine? So as I understand it, why the market, from what I'm hearing, why the market's not working is because people can't pay enough for what the veterinarians need. We don't have enough businesses or enough customers. What are other states that are similarly situated doing to try to attract a veterinarian? Do they have programs like this? And what are their numbers?
So I would say so the veterinarians get compensated by people. I mean, I know that's obvious, but people often think in terms of in any rural area where there are a lot of animals, so ranching areas, the dairy areas of Pennsylvania that I'm very familiar with, equine heavy areas in Colorado, for example, they will have trouble attracting veterinarians because they don't have very many people, and the people are paying for the value of the animal to them, and the emotional value of animals, it tends to loosen up the wallet a lot more than your working cow or your working goats. So virtually there's been a couple decades of conversation about getting veterinarians to go into rural practice and especially to take care of large animals. And it's become more difficult because the burden of traveling and doing 24/7 emergency care is added to just plain it's difficult. So any area of a state, even in Pennsylvania where there is a vet school that produces a lot of vets, Ohio is also right on the western border of Pennsylvania, the vet school in Ohio. We still have a profound shortage in our rural counties. So it's virtually any area. I don't know of any state that has anything as substantial as this, combined with how much people love to work in Maine. And I'm genuine about that. The variety of kinds of practice is really, really attractive to veterinarians. I think you'd have a one of a kind. I don't say that with authority, but I certainly don't know of anything as substantial as this when I was dean.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Representative Geiger.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Dr. Hendricks, for being here today. So appreciate your views and welcome to Maine.
Thank you.
My question to you is going a little beyond the scope of this bill, which is several of you have mentioned the opportunity or the thought that veterinary technicians could have expanded practice. I wonder, because I don't know the field, when you're talking about that, are you talking about developing a vet tech program that would be similar to nurses going on to nurse practitionerships, where you can work an expanded practice, but would still want access to, in this case, a veterinarian or work under that veterinarian? Is that what we're talking about here? So that you could do more with one veterinarian and a number of vet techs?
I think thank you for that. That is I welcome that opportunity to talk about that. The model that a lot of vets have talked about for a while is dentists and dental hygienists. So you have a veterinarian who is, can do surgery, but maybe what the client needs is to know preventive care. So the issue isn't just the training. There are some pretty good programs, and if the technicians are going on to become licensed technicians, they're pretty highly trained. Maine doesn't have very many programs, and the programs they have don't train very many students. So we're recently, the MVMA worked hard to make sure the York Community College program continues to be accredited. But if you have accredited technicians, they already have a path not only to provide good care, but also to do advanced licensure if they want to. The biggest thing is actually the Practice Act and regulatory issues, and a little bit respect and the salaries of the technicians. But the biggest issue is really regulatory problems with the technicians. And the vets being willing, of course, to authorize, in recognition of that they need the technicians, to authorize technicians to do certain kinds of practice that they're currently not allowed to do.
Seeing no other questions. Thank you very much, Dr. Hendricks.
Thank you.
And Ms. Reed, if you could promote Michael McKernan. Welcome. Welcome.
Thank you very
introduce
much.
yourself, and the floor is yours.
I will. Thank you. Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and members of the Committee on Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, and Business. My name is Mike McKernan. I'm Director of Government and Community Relations at the Jackson Laboratory. I'm pleased to testify in support for this bill because the veterinary workforce is essential to Maine and is critically important to the Jackson Laboratory. Jackson Laboratory is an independent nonprofit 501c3 biomedical research institution headquartered in Bar Harbor. As many of you know, a major focus of the Jackson Laboratory's mission is to empower the global biomedical community through the development and distribution of research mice. From our campus in Bar Harbor and our newest facility in Ellsworth, JAX maintains over 8,300 strains of laboratory mice and almost 2,000 live colonies. These mice, developed and cared for here in Maine, are immensely important on a global scale. They're the key component to helping understand and develop therapies for human disease. For example, in early 2020, JAX was the first institution to announce and distribute a COVID-19 mouse model, which was used in preclinical testing of therapies and vaccines. The laboratory mouse is helping us understand the genetics of addiction, the contributing factors to Alzheimer's disease, and the treatment of cancer. The laboratory mouse is important to sustaining human health and life, and also to supporting the economic livelihood of the state. In 2021, JAX was awarded over $140 million in new federal and peer-reviewed foundation grants. In 2020, JAX paid over $146 million in Maine salaries and spent $258 million doing business with over 400 Maine companies. All told, our 2020 economic impact in Maine totaled $630 million. The goal of this economic activity, the core of this economic activity and the mission of the laboratory is dependent on the health and welfare of laboratory mice. LD 1885 proposes an expansion of state loan programs to increase Maine's veterinary workforce, and we strongly support this goal. As the committee considers this bill, as has been discussed already this morning, and the impact that an increased number of veterinarians can have to animal industries such as livestock and emergency subspecialties, we asked the committee to consider language that might broaden eligibility to include students interested in laboratory veterinary medicine practiced at JAX and other Maine biomedical institutions. I'd like to offer several reasons why the committee might consider this suggestion. First, laboratory-focused veterinarians are increasingly difficult to find and recruit. JAX has been trying to hire a new veterinarian for over 6 months. There's been no gap in the provision of veterinary care for JAX animals. However, we are looking to grow our veterinary team and are hampered by the lack of candidates. Second, a laboratory veterinarian has a large impact beyond animal medicine. Lab veterinarians verify that procedures are appropriate to ensure the health and welfare of many individual animals, and they are compliant with relevant laws. Veterinarians review all study proposals to make sure the performance of scientific procedures are conducted in a humane manner and prevent animal injury. Third, laboratory veterinarians help build the workforce. There's been discussion this morning about training and internships, residencies. So laboratory animal veterinarians mentor students, they train technicians, and they teach in courses that bring new students and new trainees into the state. As evidenced by the testimony delivered in support of this bill, there's strong justification to take steps to increase the veterinary workforce. I hope this testimony shed light on the unique role of the laboratory veterinarian and the need to support this area of veterinary medicine, which is complementary to the bill before you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McKernan. Chair recognizes Representative Andrews.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just curious if Jackson Labs works with any private sector partners that could potentially offer incentives for recruitment for laboratory vets as well.
Representative Andrews, that's a great question. I do not know specifically if we work with private sector partners in veterinary medicine.
Chair recognizes Senator Searway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. McKernan, just wondering when you mentioned about internship, I didn't know if there would be something that Jackson Laboratory would be interested in working with University of Maine and getting one for Maine, some type of program. Seems like, I know it's, Dr. Olson mentioned that it would be very difficult because there's a lot involved, but I didn't know where you already have some type of training program, what that would entail as far as enhancing it to some type of internship.
Senator Searway, great question. As you might expect, Jackson, the University of Maine, have a great collaborative relationship. We have a joint joint PhD program in genomics. I can imagine we'd be happy to engage in conversation with the University of Maine about that. I think one of the interesting things we would want to talk about would be the number of interns, that could be supported in a meaningful way. We actually are approached very frequently from veterinary trainees from outside the state who can come in on their own and do for internship and other experiences. There's interest, and I'm sure we would be open to having a conversation with you, Maine, about that.
Chair recognizes Representative Pebworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for being here. It's always, I live in Blue Hill, so it's always nice to hear about Jackson Lab and particularly the bit in Ellsworth. I don't have a sense of how many laboratory veterinarians are in the state of Maine, and maybe you can only speak to Jackson Lab, but if you could elaborate, I would appreciate.
Sure. I do not know how many laboratory veterinarians are in the state of Maine. I would be very surprised if the number exceeded 10, and I think that's a very generous number. I think that's an extremely generous number. At JAX, we employ approximately 5 veterinarians and a larger number of vet techs, as has been discussed as being supportive and critical to veterinary practices within this hearing. But one of the advantages, as you've heard earlier, is that when you have a board certified laboratory animal veterinarian, it does give them greater flexibility in training and bringing others into the profession. And that's a level of training that we are requiring of new veterinarians coming into JAX. So it's not many, very small number.
Chair recognizes Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. McKernan, for being here today. So Jackson Labs is a world renowned research lab. What are the barriers for you that you're seeing with being able to hire a lab veterinarian that would be impacted by the passage of this program?
It's an interesting question. I would almost like to ask the same question of Dean Hendricks to know, for example, how many individuals are pursuing what is essentially board certification from the American College of Laboratory Animal Medicine, what that number is on a national level. I don't know that it's very many, but I don't have that data. So I think also it's reflected in the discussion that we've heard at other points in this hearing that veterinarians are motivated to practice in areas that are very familiar to them and that they're passionate about. So laboratory animal medicine is very unique in that it's, I suspect that the profession is broader beyond the care and welfare of individual animals. You're really looking at systems, veterinary systems that support, say, colonies of animals in the case of mice. You're looking at regulatory structures that scientists have to abide by when they're proposing research, such that it is supportive of care and welfare of mice. I think maybe laboratory animal providers might be strongly motivated by better understanding human health as part of the reason for doing what they do, in addition, to the animals. So I think, I'm not in the position of hiring these people or interviewing them, but if I were to reflect my colleagues, I think it's true to say that it's a very specific type of veterinarian. There aren't many of them. And I think that's probably the number one factor why we're not able to fill these positions. So if we can provide, I think through these incentives, an environment where more people could enter the field and maybe do a better job of communicating the opportunity, I think it would be beneficial to not only JAX, but other, biomedical institutions that do have laboratory animals.
Thank you very much.
Seeing no further questions, thank you very much, Mr. McKern.
Thank you.
Ms. Reed, if you could move Samantha Warren with the Humane System over to the panelist. Welcome back, Ms. Warren.
Good morning. You called me earlier. I was so excited.
Sorry.
You're keeping me on the edge of my seat. Good morning, Senator Curry and members of the committee. I am Sam Warren. I am Director of Government Relations for the University of Maine System. And as you hear from me often, I am here to speak in support of investment that expand career pathways for Maine students, including those interested in veterinary medicine as proposed by this bill. A lot of people here have talked about their personal pets, and so I should give a shout out to my rabbit Pigeon and my pointer Nikon. But what the university really wanted to stress today was the connection between animal health and the health of Maine's people, economy, and environment. And that is something that we really feel strongly of and see across the state as we look to grow, in particular, our agriculture economy, as we wish to expand safe local food systems as a result of inequities we've seen during the pandemic, from supply chain shortages to access to healthy, local, affordable food. So again, we really see there being a strong connection between animal health and economic and public health. We are proud at the university to train the next generation of skilled professionals who care and treat animals in our state, and also work in related research, as you just heard about from JAX, as well as technical sales or agriculture operations. I wanted to just share with you some details about our relevant programs, some of which others have spoken to today. The University of Maine at Augusta does offer the state's only Bachelor of Science degree in veterinary technology. This is unique because it is a 4-year program, and it not only allows individuals to work as vet techs, but also to fulfill other critical roles in veterinary practices, for example, as an office manager. And we find that most students are offered jobs before they even complete their degree, which has certainly been a theme today. The program currently has about 100 students and is limited by physical space restrictions at our Bangor campus. But the University of Maine at Augusta does have an active plan to expand the footprint of that facility and thus grow enrollment as university resources allow. You're going to hear this from me on other bills as well, and I know we've talked about it before, but we're always so proud of how affordable the university is, and UMA is one of our institutions that has a Pell Promise program, which means that Pell eligible students often pay no out-of-pocket tuition and fee costs. But as you've heard on in other fields, especially early childhood education, there are very low wages as a vet tech. It's comparable to entry-level retail. And so it is, even though our program is highly affordable, it's often not worth the return on investment in both time and money for individuals to pursue that education that is necessary for employment as a vet tech. And for this reason, we do encourage the committee, as others here have done today, to consider whether there should be incentives for vet techs, whether through inclusion in the veterinary loan program or another loan forgiveness program. Meanwhile, as you've heard from others, the University of Maine does offer a Bachelor of Science degree in animal and veterinary science with a concentration in pre-vet studies. We're really proud that this program offers strong hands-on experience with economically important species, including at the university's own teaching and research farm. And I know Senator Searway will be happy to know that the dairy herd at that farm is continually ranked above as one of the best in the nation, something we're very proud of. Enrollment in that concentration, the pre-vet concentration at UMaine has increased 66% over the past 5 years. So there's strong demand. There are currently 98 students who have declared that concentration. And that number does not include first-year students who have not taken the necessary chemistry course to declare that concentration. It's important to know that not all students who enter our pre-vet program intend to be vets or will ultimately complete the program. But when speaking with our director of the program about this bill, one of the things he said anecdotally is that an increasing number of students in that program who have been accepted to vet school are ultimately not pursuing the path because the cost is just too high. They're used to an affordable public four-year education, and the idea of taking on potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt to go to veterinary school is just not a plausible path for them. And you've heard the statistics about vet school debt from others. And one of the things that folks in our programs really stressed, and why this is such an important conversation here in Maine, is that level of debt may be reasonable to discharge in some parts of the country where there's a greater concentration of large-scale agriculture or a more urban population. But for vets working in rural Maine, that level of debt, $150,000, $200,000 of debt, is not easy to discharge when you're doing work for small farms. So we know that there is a great need for public investment to expand career pathways in a number of areas. We talk about nursing, early childhood, education, and we would add, of course, veterinary medicine to that. And so we do encourage you to think seriously about this proposal. And again, really want to stress the connection between vets and vet techs and public and economic health in the state. And before I close, I want to address something that's come up from a number of you, and just let you know that there have been attempts over the years to ask the University of Maine system to start a veterinary school or even look at the feasibility of a veterinary school. I think the last bill on that was about 6 years ago, and it ultimately did not move forward. We would say, given our financial position at the University of Maine system, that is probably not capacity we have resources to take on right now without a very significant state investment. There was a bill that the Legislative Council took up this year to consider the feasibility of a public medical school in the state. And we could not even get, support enough for that concept to be on the table. So the idea of starting a vet school, while it's certainly one we're happy to engage in a conversation on, it is a very expensive and intensive proposition. And with that, I'll take your questions.
Chair recognizes Representative Andrews.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was curious if there are any existing scholarships and if there are any big ones out there for veterinarians at UMaine, and if not, do you think any private sector organizations would be interested in maybe pooling together some funds to sponsor that to help recruitment and retention in the state?
It's a great question, Representative. I can get the committee a list of the targeted scholarships for vet techs at UMA and pre-vet students at UMaine, in addition to kind of the things like the Pell Promise that I talked about, which are open to a broader array of eligible students. There are targeted scholarships in both at both institutions. But again, those are for the undergraduate education, which does not seem to be the barrier to the workforce that the graduate education that people need to pursue out of state is. Again, the debt load of University of Maine system graduates is much lower than is average in New England public institutions. And again, many of our students graduate with no debt at all. So I can certainly get you that information, but I do think the challenge here is really the increasing costs of veterinary schools out of state.
I might have phrased that incorrectly. I think my question was, are there any corporations or large scale businesses that offer like a loan forgiveness that we're talking about to recruit the workforce that they need for their industry? I guess, is there any private sector parallel to what we're talking about here today, is what I meant.
I'm happy to work with the analyst and maybe folks from JAX and IDEX and other companies that are in this space to see what we can generate for you.
Chair recognizes Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Ms. Warren, this may be a better question asked to an economist. I don't know, but we sit on this committee and we are talking about nursing shortages, doctor shortages, veterinary shortages, and consistently the conversation comes up that incomes in Maine are not high enough to attract the professionals that we need. What is it about Maine that the market is not working here? We are a capitalist system. We assume the market responds to shortages, and yet we don't seem to see that in Maine. Do you have any sense of what are the things that are preventing our state from being able to address shortages across the board, it seems like?
I think there are some economists at the University of Maine system who would love to answer that question in more detail from you, for you, and with the support of all on this committee. I think last year we passed legislation sponsored by Senator Curry that will create a formal relationship between university economists and this committee, so we can maybe provide you some of that analysis in the future. What I would say on this particular item is around vets and vet techs in particular, is that what I've heard from the leader of our vet tech program at the University of Maine at Augusta is that there have been changes in the last couple of years, and others could speak much more informedly than I from the veterinary association, but there have been changes about who can own a veterinary practice in the state that has resulted in some cases, kind of national chains is the wrong word, but entities that have multiple locations in multiple states, and that has raised the wages of vet tech. So that is something encouraging, but again, $15 to $20 an hour for the very emotional and skilled work that being a vet tech is you know, it's a big commitment for folks when they could make a similar amount in, you know, working at Target or Starbucks or something like that. So we are seeing the wages increase, and certainly the workforce shortages will continue to increase those wages. But again, if you think about these folks working, you know, Maine is a lot of small farms, and there just aren't the resources and profitability at those organizations to necessarily support higher wages for vet techs and veterinarians.
Chair recognizes Representative Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Ms. Warren. Welcome. Where is she? There she is. Actually, I guess I'm dovetailing off from the previous question. So not even any more credentialing to the, let's say, one more certificate or anything along that line to the vet tech would give that, enhance that in any way? Is this just a matter of time? You know, like this, what is it? Lift all ships. You know, when you say retail for them after 4 years, that is discouraging.
I completely agree. And again, I think this is a conversation that this committee has had about early childhood educators, about teachers, and about a number of other professions where the return on the investment of education and time toward that education is just not being reflected in the wages. But I'm certainly happy to make folks in either of our programs available for the work session. I think questions about licensure should probably go to a different entity than the university. And I think the university, as Senator Curry and others know, we're always looking for ways to accelerate paths into the workforce that don't compromise quality, right? There is that balance. But again, we see great demand for our 4-year vet tech program. And so I believe there is a 2-year vet tech program offered through York County Community College. I can't speak in detail about that. But there are more accelerated paths, but the industry has increasingly, employers are increasingly looking for those with that 4-year degree so that they can fulfill those other roles in a veterinary practice. Because if you think of these kind of smaller practices, it's nice to have someone who can maybe also keep the books and, you know, do other aspects of the business besides, I don't want to say just what a vet tech does, because that's obviously so expansive. So I think that is why that 4-year path has been so attractive to our students and to Maine employers, but certainly happy to continue the conversation about ways to accelerate workforce pathways, as we in the community college are constantly doing through micro-credentials and through giving prior learning, you know, credit for prior work and learning experiences. So happy to make our folks available for a more detailed conversation on that.
Thank you. If I may, Mr. Chair, just one more thought.
Please.
So what you're explaining is, it sounds like anybody that does go through the 4-year, they are not coming out in want of a position. Is that correct? Do these folks also, you talked about their multitasking, but they are able to assist in like surgeries and applications of, you know, to the animals when they do come in? Is that the expanse of their training as well? Are they?
That is my understanding. I'm happy to get you a more detailed overview of some of the courses they take and some of the skills and competencies they walk away with. It's very impressive. They are true Swiss Army knives, much like nurses. They are able to fulfill a number of critical roles in supporting veterinary practices.
Thank you very much.
Senator Searway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Samantha. I just wanted to mention that I think it's great what you was talking about, how University of Maine's got a lot of demand and that they end up with hardly any cost at the end of their program that's pretty much paid for. That's exciting. The part I'm kind of wondering, what's your thoughts on the expansion of, you know, furthering for veterinarian instead of just 2 and bringing it up to like maybe 3 for agriculture and 5 or 7 for small animal veterinarians, and also expanding the inclusion of out of state. What's those 2 thoughts there on those 2 aspects?
I appreciate the question. I think the university didn't feel comfortable saying 3 versus 5 versus 10. I think there are folks though we do have folks who are on the selection committee, and so they do have knowledge and experience looking over those applicants. I think we didn't feel like we could recommend a specific number. There is clearly greater demand than the program is currently able to support with the existing number of slots and the existing appropriation. And we really defer to this committee and others as to what that right balance is. And again, there is such a need across all aspects of this workforce that we generally support the added flexibility. We like flexibility in state statute because it allows the organizations that are closest, to the students or to the workforce, to respond to changing needs and to have the flexibility they need to administer programs. So we generally like statutory flexibility just as a kind of a principle. So I would defer to FAME and to the Department of Agriculture, Conservation and Forestry and others on the specifics, but absolutely support the flexibility because there is a need across the board. As you've heard here today. So I don't know if that answers your question. I guess I think the university felt that there were others who could speak, who could give better advice onto the exact needs and what resources are available to support those needs, because we can't expand the program without added appropriation. I will say that the university does see the need for an increased loan forgiveness amount because the cost of the education, and again, it's not provided by the university, it's not provided by any entity in the state of Maine, but the cost of education has gone up and the maximum loan amount has not gone up consistent with that. So I think we had this conversation last year about nursing faculty, that the original legislation in 2005 assumed a degree was X amount, and now that degree is more than that, even if we still pride ourselves on our affordability. So I hope that's helpful to you.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions. Thank you very much, Ms. Warren. And I see that Mr. Norbert is here. Welcome, Mr. Norbert.
Thank you very much, Senator Curry and Representative Roberts and distinguished members of the IDEA Committee. My name is Bill Norbert. I'm the Governmental Affairs and Communications Manager at the Finance Authority of Maine. And I'm here batting cleanup, testifying in a neither for nor against position. And we appreciate Representative Fay bringing this idea forward. Our attitude at FAME is to have experts inform us, you, the policymakers, the good folks who testified today. And so we're open to these changes. Funding, so much will depend upon funding. I think you are aware we've been running this limited program. I was around when it was first created, and it was really all about large animal vets. There was a real shortage at the time for farm animal vets. And so we worked very closely with experts in the veterinary community, farming, the department, and we set up this program. But it is limited by statute to 2 selections per year. This bill, as you know, would expand it to include small animal emergency vets. It would expand the number of loans made per year and also the amounts. And so that all comes down to funding. So you've heard about the demand. That was our concern when we were first approached, and Representative Fay did an excellent job in marshaling information about the demand currently. And so we're just here to serve as a resource to tell you we can operate this program if it's funded, and to offer any advice you might like. And with that, I'll shorten my testimony. You've been doing this for a couple hours now. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Norbert. I have a couple questions I'd like to lead with, just in practical and how it works out. So it's currently at 25,000. The loan is 25,000.
Right.
And that can, and a student who's going to vet school can get that loan for up to 4 years. Is that correct?
Up to a max.
Okay. A maximum of what?
100,000. So right.
A maximum of 100,000, and all of that is forgivable if they are in Maine, how many years?
Well, they can get,
Can you speak to the forgivability side to this question?
sure, they could get the whole loan forgiven, and it depends what they're doing, the nature of the service. So if they're doing everything that the program was designed to do, working in an area for large animal needs with high need, it can be forgiven. A quarter of the loan amount can be forgiven per year. So one could, obviously, if they borrow the maximum 100,000, they could get in 4 years, and they do the service, they could get the full amount forgiven in 4 years of service. We do allow, by the rule, prorated amounts. So if you're working less than full time on that, you can get like 12.5% instead of 25% of your loan forgiven in a year. You might decide not to practice in Maine or to do large animal work, in which case it becomes a loan with very low interest. And there's a 10-year repayment period. So those are the various options, but I hope that helps.
Yeah, it helps very much. And is it typical that the same student is supported for all those years of like if so you'll accept 2 students?
Yeah.
2 students can be in the program at one time. So you're not selecting 2 new students every year.
We are. It actually, there's more than 2 students in the total overall program because we have renewals. So right, each year we can select a maximum of 2 students. But then we have folks cycling through doing their other 3 years. So for instance, last year we selected 2 new students, but we had renewal applications from 4 more who are already in the program and we're abiding by the terms. So, yeah.
Thank you. Thank
Sure.
you. That's very helpful. Chair recognizes Representative Pebworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Norbert. And that answer was very helpful. And further, has there been a report on the program? Is it possible for us to, it's a little hard for me to wrap my head around the details and to really get a picture of what we are getting for what we are paying and how to most expeditiously expand that.
Right. There hasn't been a report on the program. We're happy to come before this committee and answer any questions or prepare a report. So I don't know if that answers your question. We do have statistics. We can provide information that you want. It'll probably be briefer than some of your other reports because it's two new participants per year. I can tell you that there's roughly 80% of folks who participate in the program receive complete forgiveness. So that means the others are either doing part-time and still paying off, or they chose another path and it's converted to a loan. But that's what I can tell you right now. I don't know what other info you'd like, but we can always get that for you.
Representative Pebworth, was there any other specific information you'd like?
And the fiscal note on this is going to be important. I mean, we're looking at increasing from 2 to 10, and we're looking at increasing from 25 to 50. And I'm not sure that having a clearer picture of what has happened in the last 10 years will help us have a clearer picture going forward. So I'm grappling with that. It might, but I am so loath to have people scrounge around for report making if that's not going to help inform our decision. So I'll think about that, and I know we can always get back to Mr. Norbert.
Chair recognizes Representative Andrews.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What do you think about expanding the program for people who want to practice in high need areas with potentially longer term loans, something like 10,000 over 10 years, if they take out 100K to get that person in a high need area for a longer length of time?
I think that's a policy question for you all to make. We'll do whatever you say. I would consult, I'd urge you to consult the experts who have spoken today, who are actually in the field, on what it would mean. Is it practical to require a 10-year commitment? Would that be really hard? Most of the programs FAME deals with are 5 years or less. And then the smaller amount, just 10,000 instead of 50,000. They would know better whether that would be meaningful, a meaningful enticement. My fear would be that it's not enough, considering, as you heard, the high cost of veterinary school. Those are just
What
my,
I meant was a $100,000 loan paid off over 10 years.
uh-huh. I see. Yeah. You could do it that way. Again, I think that 10-year length of time could be daunting to a lot of folks, but you should ask the folks in the field, because I just don't know enough about it.
Chair recognizes Representative Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Norbert, for you've
Welcome.
been very patient waiting in the hall. But to Representative Pepworth's question, I understand her concern that, and I would have the same on requiring any reports, but I think in terms of this, we have had this a certain number of years, and this is an asset that the state of Maine gives. So on that basis alone, if there is anything that you could come back to us with the success of this particular loan program, I think it would be beneficial to us.
Okay, I'll see what I can do. The kinds of info we'll have will be, how many folks have gone through the program, how many the full loan amounts repaid, how long did they involve themselves with the program? Was it 4 years or? So it will be somewhat limited. I do think we keep track of where they're practicing. We have to know that they're large animal vet. So that I can get you. I won't speak at all to, obviously, the new proposal to include small animal emergency vets. But I'll tell you what we know.
You're breaking up, Bill, you're breaking up a little bit, but that all sounds
I'm happy.
beneficial.
Yes, I'll get you what we can is my basic.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much. I don't see any other questions for Mr. Norbert, and no other folks registered to give testimony. So I'll ask that Ms. Reed, Mr. Norbert and Ms. Warren over to the attendee list. Seeing that all testimony has been given and all clarifying questions asked, we'll close the public hearing on LD 1885. I want to just take a note on schedule. It is 11:45. We do have 2 GEA evaluations, government evaluation, scheduled for 1 o'clock today. It appears only one person has registered for the next bill to give testimony. Ms. Reed, can you confirm that?
Yes.
Okay. It would be, I want to check, and this could be a head nod or not. Is it okay if we push through this next bill and then go for a break for lunch to come back with time for at 1 o'clock? Does that make sense for everybody, or do we need to take a break now? I'm seeing head nods for Plan A, so we'll go ahead with that. So at this point, we'll open up the work session on LD 1896. And we'll invite, I'm looking for Ms. Reed, we invite the bill sponsor in? Apologize for the delay. We're getting shifted over to the next bill. Ms. Reed, do you see the bill sponsor? Is Senator Daughtry in?
I
the-
sent her an email about 20 minutes ago and haven't gotten a response.
Okay. While we seek the bill sponsor, why don't we take a 5-minute recess then, since she's not here. We'll reconvene at 11:55. Welcome back, everybody. We have opened up the public hearing for LD, let's see it, 1896, an act to allow heating fuel and motor vehicle fuel customers to opt out of paper delivery tickets. The bill sponsor is with us. Welcome, Senator Daughtry. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do think Representative Andrews had his hand up.
Representative Andrews.
Thank you, Senator. Just a point of order. I want to make sure we have a, geez, I can't think of the word, quorum before we get going.
Quorum is required at the beginning of the meeting to start the meeting, so we never stopped the meeting. We went into recess, and so we do not have to check the quorum until our next moment would be at a vote that we'd have to double check the quorum.
Thanks.
Thank you. Senator Daughtry, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And I have to say, on my quick counting, it does look like you guys are at a quorum. So even with that aside, you're good to go. Thank you so much, everyone. Sorry to be hopping between Zooms as we all are this time of year. Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee on Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, and Business. I am the Assistant Senate Majority Leader, Maddie Daughtry, and I represent Senate District 24, which are the towns of Brunswick, Freeport, Harpswell, North Yarmouth, and Pownell. And I'm always excited to be back before the IDEA Committee. I'm here today to present LD 1896, an act to allow customers to opt out of paper delivery tickets. And I urge you and your other colleagues to support this legislation. LD 1896 would allow customers to opt out of paper delivery tickets for fuel deliveries and to receive email delivery notification tickets instead. The current statute requires the paper delivery ticket, and there is a fine for violating this law. It's an outdated policy that was established in 1973 and needs change. And as it stands, every time a fuel truck driver delivers to a home, they're required to provide a metered stamped ticket that proves to the customer they had the gallons they're billing for. However, now most meters in trucks are electronic and already linked to the truck's computing system. So that means instead customers can receive an email immediately already. Many customers prefer to receive an email copy over a paper copy because it's faster, easier to keep records, doesn't waste paper, and comes directly to their electronic devices. And as it stands, these customers are still required to receive a paper receipt, whether they want one or not. And often our fuel companies have customers calling them asking for the swap. The current computing system can also not only provide a digital receipt, and for those who prefer an email, it's beyond redundant and it slows down our system. Most trucks can't move until the meter transaction is completed, and drivers are bogged down by inefficiencies as they prepare the paper slip, walk back to the residence in sometimes perilous conditions, such as the snow that we're all getting to enjoy today, and icy walkways to deliver the ticket. At a time when it is so essential to have access to heating fuel, and I should say I'm waiting for my delivery as we speak, efforts to make the system more safe and efficient are pertinent. Additionally, having fewer direct interactions between customers and drivers lowers contact points for both parties. This increases workplace safety for the drivers who are going from door to door during the pandemic. With the COVID-19 pandemic surging at its worst point during our coldest months, we want to do everything we can to slow the spread and keep our workers and customers healthy, safe, and most importantly, warm. The Maine Energy Marketers Association supported changing the law to allow for electronic email tickets so that drivers have more efficient fuel routes, and an advocate from their organization will be here to speak more on this issue. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions to the best of my ability.
Thank you, Senator Daughtry. Chair recognizes Senator Searwood.
I believe Representative Andrews was before me and Representative Hassifus, so you could have them.
I'm happy to go in that order. Sure. Chair recognizes Representative Andrews.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Senator, I am just curious, a person would have to opt out of this to not receive the ticket. If they did nothing, they would still receive a paper ticket, correct?
Correct. And as I said, we do have folks from the industry who will be coming after me who can sort of talk about the process that they would like to see. No matter what, whether it's paper or electronic, the important thing is to receive, obviously, the receipt, the metered amount that you purchased. But for a lot of customers, they're looking and prefer to have an electronic record. And as it stands, they just can't do that. So.
Okay, my only concern would be for our older citizens who aren't that tech savvy, maybe, I would still want them to be able to get a ticket physically, if that's what they want.
Absolutely. I should add, if it wasn't clear from my testimony, it isn't to say that everything has to be email or paper, that it simply allows the heating company to be able to do one or the other based on what the customer prefers. So if it's a older couple who still do everything by paper, or maybe you're someone who wants 2 copies just to make sure your records are all in line, you can opt for that. But currently, if they were to not leave a paper ticket, these delivery drivers and the companies are subject to a pretty hefty fine.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator Seawood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Senator Dougherty. I was just wondering if it's possible just to opt in for email or the information computerized, because it seems like, I'm just looking down the road here, and we've got several older people in this community, and they don't have computers, or they don't, they love the paper. And we had a big debate on that on town reports, because they wanted to do it on computer. And a lot of situations lately has been a big push for just everything on computer. The thing is there's still a lot of people that are not computer savvy and really like to have the paper. So I was wondering if it would be an opt-in for computer and not opt-out. I mean, opt-in for the paper. So, because it would seem like more of a burden for the older people.
I would say that I would defer to this committee, but also most importantly to the drivers who are doing this every single day. The end goal is for the most customer-friendly method, whether someone prefers a paper or an email ticket, and that a arbitrary, antiquated state law from 1973 doesn't stand in the way. Because yes, some people are going to prefer to have paper, and any business. In my own brewery, I ask customers, would you like a digital receipt? Would you like a receipt texted? Would you like a receipt printed? And for me, it's about making sure that the customer has the most efficient and effective method to have a receipt of their transaction. Additionally, the other goal is to make sure that we're keeping folks safe as well. So, this is where the folks who are out there in some of the worst conditions, going to all of our doors, making sure they're getting the fuel oil there, they can tell you about their own personal experiences. But yeah, I wouldn't see this as it's one or the other. It just enables them to be able to ask the customer what they want. It would be sort of like if you bought a beer from me and I had to give you a paper receipt, or you went to the grocery store and you had to have a paper receipt, or you could have a $500 fine. That's sort of an analogy to what it is right now.
Now, I did, just to follow up, Mr. Chair, I did have an experience once where they said that they filled my tank, and it actually was down 3 or 4 homes where they filled the tank, and it wasn't our residence. And having the paper saved us from not having to pay the bill. Mm-hmm. And so, and my wife is very adamant about getting the paper, even though we are computerized. But what's your thoughts on that? Because I know my wife likes everything on paper just to show. In fact, we just experienced it on buying a TV that they on the computer it showed that we didn't pay for a piece, but we had the slip showing that we paid it. And so, what's your thoughts on that for safety purposes?
Well, I think it really boils down to personal preference, but ensuring that there is that receipt. A lot of modern systems, if the email bounces, that is sometimes a concern I hear, will notify the person in the truck or the person in any retail environment. But I really do think it comes up to the consumer. For some people, I'm still old fashioned. I still have all my notebooks with me. You probably see me behind you in the Senate chamber, scribbling like mad, but I also like to have my digital backup too. So I have, the 2 sort of lines. Some people I know, having worked in service, when I try to give them a paper receipt, sometimes they get a little hostile with me, which I'm always a little shocked by. They want the last thing they want is one more piece of paper in their life. So I think like any service or retail. It should come down to what is, what the customer wants. This is a service. People are, purchasing this fuel. And, whether you want to have, the traditional paper ticket or an email, or maybe you're one of those people who wants to have, a built-in, like security and have both, you should be able to do that. And right now you can't.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Ducharme.
Thank you, Chairman Curry. The opt-in in this bill language is taken care of with the language that says if a purchaser requests. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure it was something that was an opt-in, to address Senator Searway's concerns. I can tell you, I asked my oil company to just email me a receipt, and they said, yep, sure, no problem. And then every oil delivery, I get a little paper ticket in the door. And I went to Rob and I said, Rob, why do you do this? And he said, because if I don't do that, I will get fined. So I think, this type of thing, I happen to be one of those that when you offer me a receipt for my beer in your place, I'm going to say, no, thank you. I just as soon have it electronically. So, and if I wanted it in paper, I can print my electronic receipt. So I just wanted to make sure that was that opt-in or opt-out piece. Thank you.
Apologies if anyone can hear the squeaky toy in the background. The puppy is on the move in our house.
Seeing no other questions. Thank you very much, Senator Daughtry.
Thank you so much, folks.
And welcome back to the IDEA Committee.
Always glad to be here.
We still haven't gotten those cookies or brownies or candies. I'm not sure what you promised last session.
I'm sure one of these days I'll be able to make it in person and make up, the significant increasing debt.
Thank you. Ms. Reed, if you could move Megan Diver into the panelist. Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Diver. Please introduce yourself, and the floor is yours. Can you hear us?
Oh,
there you
yep.
go. Yes.
Thank you. Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and members of the Innovation Development, Economic Advancement, and Business Committee. My name is Megan Diver. I'm the Vice President at the Maine Energy Marketers Association. MEMA is a trade association composed of approximately 300 member companies and over 5,000 direct and 5,000 indirect people working in energy delivery and servicing businesses delivering heating oil, biofuels, motor fuels, propane, pellets, and kerosene, and offering service and installations on the equipment that operates these fuels. In addition, our members own and operate 70% of Maine's 1,300 convenience stores and employ approximately 10,000 people and sell more than 1 billion gallons of gasoline and diesel fuel each year. Our members also sell more than 90% of all the propane sold in our state every year. We provide education and training to the heating, ventilation, air conditioning, weatherization, and energy auditing trades for hundreds of Maine citizens annually through our courses at our own state-of-the-art training facility, MEMA Technical Education Center in Brunswick. On behalf of MEMA's membership, we share full support for LD 1896 and appreciate Senator Daughtry bringing this bill forward. The Maine Energy Marketers Association has had ongoing discussions throughout the years relating to the issue of whether hard copy or tickets are so required by Maine law. With onboard computing becoming widely used, it's redundant for many customers to get a hard copy ticket and saves pretty significant time and reduces risk of injury for drivers when the delivery driver can make fewer trips in an uncontrolled environment. The requirement for a meter stamp ticket to be left that is supposed to prove that the customer received the gallons were billed for used to be the primary practice for companies. A large majority of the meter trucks are electronic. And when combined with in-truck computing, the gallons delivered are emailed almost immediately. Additionally, most trucks can't be moved until the meter transaction is complete, which means a driver is unable to deliver to one location, move to another location, and bill the second location for the fuel they didn't receive. Having looked into this issue and after conversations with the Department of Agriculture, Conservation and Forestry, divisions of weights and measures, I was able to obtain some clarity with regard to the paper delivery tickets. A paper delivery ticket is required by current law, but not an enforcement action DACF feels worth pursuing. However, there is a fine involved, as Senator Joshi mentioned. This area appears to be gray. Is emailing a ticket the same as leaving a hard copy? As the law was passed in 1973, it's safe to assume that a paper delivery ticket was the method of delivery in the statute. However, it is important for MEMA members as well as others to have statutory clarity rather than something less definite, such as an agreement between the individual company and the customers allowing for e-tickets. This would mean a change in the current statute would be necessary. In addition to what I have mentioned previously, MEMA has also heard from members that during COVID-19, customers were asking for emailed receipts rather than paper receipts as well, as seasonal Maine residents, due to the fact that they didn't want receipts in the doorframe for long periods of time, indicating to passerbys that the home was vacant. On behalf of MEMA and the members we represent, I would ask that you vote ought to pass on LD 1896. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Chair recognizes Senator Searway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mrs. Diver. Appreciate you bringing this forward. Also, like I mentioned, I experienced a situation where I was glad I had a paper ticket left because they delivered to the wrong place. And on the ticket that they had the address, they had our address and whatever, and they delivered it to the other place. And we never got the oil. So, and that was just a few years ago. And so luckily we had the ticket and we could show that we didn't have the fuel. And so, but it you know, it turned out it was down the road, and I didn't know how that would affect other people if it was delivered wrong. And if you have an email, you know, and as to me, it would be more difficult to prove or whatever, whereas they left it physically at our place.
So I can't speak to that specific company. Most of the delivery drivers drive trucks now that it's automatic with the truck. They put in your address. They're in your driveway. They can't move their truck from your driveway until until the ticket is either printed or emailed. So I'm assuming that it was probably an older truck that delivered your oil.
No, it was a fairly new truck. It was only a couple of years ago. Few years ago.
So most of the systems now that are in the trucks wouldn't allow that truck to move if they put in your address and the oil wasn't delivered.
Well, he thought he delivered it, but he delivered it at the wrong place. I just guess, but he put our address and our names on it. So I guess that's.
So you would still be, if you wanted to still receive a paper delivery ticket, you would be able to. It is an opt-in. It's just like your electric bill, your internet bill, your cable bill. If they'll send you paper copies until you log into your account and say, I'd like to receive emailed receipts.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Ms. Diver.
Thank you.
And Ms. Reed, is anyone else registered to give testimony on LD 1896?
No.
With having heard all the testimony and asked the questions, are there any requests of Ms. Olson for the work session? Seeing none, we will close this public hearing. And Ms. Reed, if you can shift Ms. Diver back to the attendee list.
Mr. Chair, I just had one quick question for.
Go ahead.
I'm just curious. Yeah, if any other states still require a printed ticket, or this is just a relic of the past that we need to update, if it's common practice in other states, I'm just curious.
And that's a question for Ms. Olson to look.
Correct, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Great, thank you. With that, we will take a break. Actually, I know we're in between us and lunch, but I wanted to give Ms. Olson a moment to give us the overview for what we're doing this afternoon.
Good morning. Oh, good afternoon, everybody. It's 12:15. I'm going to be brief, but I do have a couple of things that I'd like to deal with before we break for lunch and then reconvene at 1. And I'm sorry, but Senator Curry, I'm going to pause on your request for the GEA, and I have two language reviews that I need to bring back to the committee.
Thank you for bringing that back. Yes.
Yep. And then I can talk about the GEAs again. So the first language review, I'm going to share my screen so everyone can take a quick look, and I will email these out. I'm sorry, this morning got away from me and I didn't get them into the email. So the first language review is LD 1793. This is the bill for DECD, an act to support statewide economic recovery through strategic investments. No real changes to this as the language that we reviewed in the sponsors amendment. I just sort of cleaned up some of the technical elements, for example, how they refer to other sections or subsections. So no major changes here. I'll just, this is the part that got cleaned up the most, I guess, would be the only thing I would point out, but nothing changed substantively. So I will email this out for the committee to view as well, and I'll wait for a response. But unless there are questions now, I'll move forward with it once I have emailed it out. So no changes to what was put forward except just technical language smithing.
Any questions? And you're going to look for just a no message of that, or
yeah, I mean, we're busy all day, so I probably won't send these up until tomorrow morning. So if people do have a concern or a question, they should just email me and I'll pause on that. Otherwise, I'll take no response as consent and we'll move forward. Of course, please remember, I know this is all new, we're working through the process, but as they come out of the revisor's office in finalized printed form, they'll come back again before the committee. So this is not the last time. This is not the last stop. Okay. The other one is something that I need to bring forward to the committee for their consideration. And this is in regards to LD 1800, the bill the committee voted ought to pass related to the Maine Venture Fund. As I was doing the legal review and internal review on this, I noticed that the definition as put forward in the bill for qualifying venture fund, at its most harmless, it didn't do anything. And at its most harmful, it was cyclical in nature, which could be interpreted to mean that essentially no fund could qualify. So in the original language, it read, as you can see, I'm going to make it bigger. As you can see on the screen where it's crossed out, a qualifying venture fund means a venture capital fund managed by an entity other than the board in which the board invests capital from the program. So in order to be qualifying, the board had to have already invested the capital. But under the section 2 of the bill, it said the board may invest program money in a qualifying venture fund. So at its most harmless, it basically did nothing. But it could also have been read essentially that nothing would qualify because in order to qualify, the money already had to be invested. But to invest it, it had to be qualifying. Okay, I know it's a lot. You've had a long day, but I think I've explained that enough. Happy to go over it again. So I reached out to Mr. Norbert at FAME and Joe Powers at Maine Venture Fund and said, look, this definition as it's written doesn't do much. But you've put forward in testimony your intent of what a qualifying venture fund was, and a definition for qualifying should have the qualities for which you're looking. And so this is the language that I put forward to the committee for approval.
It does not change the intent of the legislation as put forward. But it does clarify what qualifying actually means. So what it is the board would be considering when investing capital in the program. So I put forward, and I will note this, although it doesn't change the intent, it is substantive and would require another vote. So qualifying venture fund means a venture capital fund managed by an entity other than the board that the board finds demonstrates the potential to contribute venture capital funding in a manner that promotes economic growth in the state. And this definition has been run by and approved by Joe Powers from the Maine Venture Fund, and Mr. Norbert also participated in that conversation.
Does anyone have any concerns or questions?
I'm going to stop sharing if that's okay.
Please.
Mr. Chair, I'd like a little bit more time to go over that and digest it a little bit more.
Do you mean on the
rather than
screen,
say-
Mr. Am?
do- You
If
mean
you
on
could
the
email-
screen, or you want more time after committee?
Yeah, if you could email that to me, I'd like to look it over tonight when there's less going on.
Very good. Senator Seaway?
Yeah, I was gonna ask the same thing. I just wanted to get more feeling about this.
As this is not before us, it's not a work session. We can ask for this language review to come back on Thursday.
That'd
we
be
do that.
fine.
Yep. And just for process wise, we can just make a vote there if we at that point, we can decide to vote at that point, correct?
Yep.
Yep, thank you. All right, so those were the two bills that needed a language review addressing. Ms. Olson, can you speak to us briefly about the GEA, our duties under the GEA legislation and the reports we'll be receiving this afternoon, or reports we have received, but the presentations we'll receive this afternoon?
Yes, just one moment. So this afternoon, we have Maine Development Foundation at 1 and the Department of Economic and Community Development at 2. Each organization has a brief presentation, and then we'll be available to answer questions following their presentation. I emailed their reports out to you we'd had DECDs. I emailed both out again as soon as I had both reports for you this weekend. I'm going to share my screen briefly. So the purpose in looking at these different government programs is to evaluate them based on specific criteria within statute. There are these 4 bullet points to guide you. These are pulled from Title III, Section 957, that states what the committee should be looking at when conducting their analysis of the report. So these are the guiding points. The first one to be considering is to the extent the agency operates in accordance with its statutory authority. Each report contains statutory authority as granted to them. You're also going to be considering the agency's degree of success in meeting its goals and objectives for each program. This is, of course, subject to opinion, but they'll put forward how they feel that they've been meeting them. And I'm sure each agency would be happy to answer questions around particular goals or objectives within their programs. The agency's degree of success in meeting its statutory and administrative mandates. And then finally, and perhaps doesn't seem to be, it seems a little out of place, I guess, in considering it, but the extent to which the agency has increased or reduced filing and paperwork burdens on the public. And so if you take a look here at the statute itself, the program report and what the contents of the report should contain also gives you an idea of what information should have been submitted. And then finally, the committee analysis and recommendations section as well sort of outlines what you're looking at. And then we have disposition of property, funds, and records. is another element that you're considering as well. So I can answer some more specific questions if you're curious about how today should go, but we'll have the presentations. The committee will have the opportunity to ask questions of the agencies. No decisions need to be made today. You're not required to decide in one day how to move forward with this. There's always the option to ask the agencies to follow up on certain elements or criteria and to bring that information back for another in-person presentation, or just to ask them to follow up in writing as well. But then the committee will write a report based on their review, saying what the committee has, their findings are and any recommendations. And it is possible for recommendations to include legislation should the committee decide that they would like to move forward with that, if it's necessary.
With that, I wanted to, and I asked Ms. Olson to present that because I know many of us have not been through one of these evaluations before, and I wanted to help people frame what we'll be doing this afternoon. I am cognizant of time, that we've got about 35 minutes before we'll be reconvening. I'm gonna ask Representative Andrews, can it wait, or do you have a question?
Yeah,
for-
I think my question got answered. It was just whether or not we're expected to get through this in one day, or if it's going to be an ongoing process. So I think that was covered.
No, it's not, we don't need to race. So, all right, well, thank you very much. We do have a schedule though, I will say, in terms of trying to start at 1 with one group and trying to start at 2 with the next group. So if we have to come back to the other group on a later date, we can do that.
I think that makes sense.
All right. We will be at recess until 1 o'clock. Welcome back, everybody. We have a couple minutes before we will get started.
Senator Curry, nice job on TV last night.
Thank you. And Ms. Olson, I just want to check in. What is the order? I'm wondering if I'm seeing it different than what it is. So at 1 o'clock, we have scheduled
The Maine Development Foundation.
Maine Development Foundation. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Somehow I put in my head it was the CD. So
Originally it was, but due to timing requests from both agencies, we were able to, we swapped them.
great, great, excellent. And Ms. Reed, if you could go ahead and as we're getting ready, if you could bring yellow green into the panelists.
There are 2 yellow greens.
I imagine it's probably yellow and an associate, so I just go ahead and bring them both in.
Bring them both in. And I think there is I would bring Brian Whitney in, and I will check in with Mr. Breen. Hello, yellow. Is Rosie Vandenstein with presenting with you?
Good afternoon. Yeah, I'll probably carry the load of presenting, but I asked 3 of my senior colleagues to be available to help me answer questions if we can answer some of them in real
That's great.
time.
Let's go ahead
So Rosie, Jan, and Lori, they might have shared the login, which created the confusion.
I will promote to panelist. That'd be great. And one more.
I've promoted them all. I think they're just in waiting.
Okay, great. They're in process. Excellent. Well, welcome back, everybody, from your lunch break. We are opening this time is to receive this is the time based on statute to receive reports from Maine Development Foundation and later on this afternoon from the Department of Economic and Community Development in pursuit of our statutory oversight responsibilities. And Maine Development Foundation has submitted its report. We should all have received it, and they have a presentation based on that report. So at this point, I will hand the presentation over to Mr. Breen, and feel free to, if you are handing off to other members, also feel free to do that, and then we'll do questions at the end.
Great. Well, we appreciate the opportunity, and we'll try to go where your questions and concerns are because we know there's a lot here. Again, my name is Yellow Breen. I'm the president and CEO of MDF. I've been at MDF since 2015, so about half of this evaluation period. And I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Representative LaRochelle, who I think is new to the committee since our interactions last year. So congratulations. I think my plan is to share a screen. With me are Jan Kieris and Rosie Vanetestein, who are senior team leaders for the programming areas of MDF. And so Jan has responsibility for the leadership development and education and workforce programs. And Rosie has responsibility for the economic and community development programs, which include several big ones. And I think Lori Bowie, my CFO, was going to join as well, but maybe has not been able to yet. And the 5th member of our leadership team is Kathy Shannon, our Director of Communications, who is listening in, but she'll kick me under the table to make sure I say the right things. So there's a lot here, and I thought what I would do is share a screen, not so much for you to read it, but just so you can kind of follow along however you're using the materials on your end. And I may jump around to some highlights and then go back to wherever the committee has the most interest, if that makes sense. Let me see if this works. Thumbs up if you're seeing that. Great. So Maine Development Foundation was chartered by you, the legislature, in 1977, but deliberately set up, if you look at our statute, as a creature outside of state government. We are even called that in the state government annual report. Independent agencies not part of state government is the interesting headline. So we're neither fish nor fowl, but we're charged with you to fulfill a very important public purpose in statute. And none of us here have done this before, since it's only every 9 years. So we're kind of making it up as we go along. This graphic on the cover is something that we and the Economic Growth Council use, which really just drives home the point that the real point of economic growth, which we work on, is really the quality of life for all Mainers. That it's not enough to grow high-paying jobs, but to do so in a context where we're preserving vibrant communities and a healthy environment at the same time. We've organized the report in the same exact order as the statutory elements. So if you notice that there's a few letters missing, if I read the statute correctly, correct me if I'm wrong, Rachel, there must have been some sections deleted somewhere along the way by the legislature itself that kept some things out of order. But pretty straightforward organizationally. And, I think what sets MDF apart from many entities that you interact with is this fact that we are a membership corporation. We received an independent 501c3 determination letter from the IRS in addition to our state charter. And part of the purpose will create a lot of leverage beyond our direct work and our direct funding for the state. At the moment of founding, the state of Maine pledged to match the membership dollars raised from the private sector 1-to-1 up to a certain, at that time, pretty sizable limit. That unrestricted funding from the state has really gone away, and the state support is really in just a few targeted areas. And as we say a few times throughout the report, we've been able to leverage that state support in recent years along the order of 20 to 30 to 1. In other words, the state general fund support accounts for only about 5% of MDF's total revenues and programming. There are 3 programs in particular that I'll mention that receive that support, a couple of others that receive some less direct support from the state, and then about half of our programs that receive no support at all from the state and are entirely privately funded or funded through federal grants, as the case may be. In the middle of the introduction, I think we kind of highlight, what's unique about MDF. We're independent, we're nonpartisan, we're data-driven, we're solutions-oriented. I would add that we're entrepreneurial in terms of seeking where we think we can have impact, and we work on complex issues of economic growth strategy statewide. So if something is not complex, if something is regional or local, you probably won't see MDF tempted to work on it. There are so many other organizations that work on that level. When I came to MDF in 2015, people would repeatedly say, we value your work because you're nonpartisan. I honestly was a little uncertain what that meant, given that by law, 501c3s are all nonpartisan. But I think they really meant going back to the data-driven piece, that as you well know, so much of our programming is hinged off of the insights and the data of the measures of growth report that we do for the Economic Growth Council. And I think that's what gives people this confidence that we're nonpartisan in fact, as well as in name. Our board is mostly elected by the membership, but the governor does appoint 2 members of her cabinet or cabinet level agencies. And much further back in the appendices, we've got about a 30-page primary report and about 70 pages of backup. There's a full list of our membership in there, and it's towards the very end of the document appendices. And you can see a list of those ex officio members that the governor can appoint from within. Typically, since I've been here the last few years, it's been DECD and FAME that have represented the governor on our board, which makes sense. Our enabling statute, we've attached a one-page synopsis as well as the full statute. This language in the middle of the page, in the paragraph that begins notably, is something that I often think about in leading MDF. What does it mean to use whatever capacity and credibility we have to provide objective analysis and develop broad consensus on issues of significance to the economic health of the state? And as my board said to me at my very first meeting in 2015, being nonpartisan is not the same thing as not standing for anything. So you still need to stand for something important about a vision about the Maine economy, but try to, and as we've said in recent years, be a call-in organization that mobilizes others. I think the fact that we are not permitted to do anything legislatively that arises to lobbying, nor are we allowed to take a stance on referenda or ballot questions, again, further preserves our nonpartisan credibility. And then even though we talk about MDF, notably the Economic Growth Council is its own statutorily created commission. DECD is their fiscal agent in the budget each year, and we are their staff. And the Maine Downtown Center, interestingly enough, which is one of our largest programs, has its own snippet of statute as well, and was created to fulfill that purpose around downtown revitalization. So we have kind of a couple of public-private partnerships that are nested inside the overall umbrella of MDF's public-private partnership. So some of that is summarized in this one page. I just pulled out headlines from our statute on page 5. But there's some great language in here about creative partnership of the private and public sectors. And that really, I think, suffuses the DNA of MDF, where we often are approached by government agencies asking how they could engage the private sector more fully in a project. We're approached by Maine philanthropy and by the business community asking how they can engage the state as a better partner. So there's a lot of implications to having that not just as an aspiration, but as part of our DNA. Senator, if you want me to pause for questions along the way, I'm of course happy to.
I'll ask you, would you prefer to
I'd
take
like to go
questions
where
at
the
end,
committee
or-
wants to. Absolutely.
That's great. Representative Andrews.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Brain, thanks for being here today. You mentioned that MDF is not allowed to participate in lobbying. I was wondering if you could elaborate on that, just from my education on that issue. I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, and the language in statute is very particular in terms of not doing anything that would require us to register as the employee of a lobbyist, which typically, as I understand it, is an 8-hour limit of anything touching the legislative process. We've tended to be even more conservative than that, in the sense that the State House is crawling with lobbyists. We don't feel like you all need another lobbyist. We have ample latitude to educate and promote about policies and strategies that we think are advisable. And typically, we will not get involved in an individual bill. If it's an individual bill that directly purports to reshape our mission, or maybe reshape the mission of the Growth Council or the Downtown Center, we'll get involved. If you ask us to help, as you did last year on a youth engagement bill in terms of workforce and economic development, we help the committee craft a potential amendment. But typically, we don't get involved in individual bills. We'll seek to promote workforce. We'll seek to promote research and development. We'll seek to promote the forest bioeconomy, project that we're working on now, but leave it to others to work on individual legislation.
So it's pretty much a provision of the statutory creation of MDF.
Yes, and you can see it further down. I'm not going to be able to get you the exact page number, but the appendices start on page 33 and the statute starts shortly thereafter. And if you flow down through to 917-A sub 5, the exact language is in there. I can go there if you want.
I'll go over that on my own, but thank you very much for that.
Yeah. Great. I'm not sure I can see everyone, Mr. Chairman, so if you see other hands, let me know.
Yeah.
So a rather unique and extremely broad statute. I would say that, there's hardly anything in economic development that MDF could not work on under the statute. And so our challenge is really, where can we add value over the years based on our small size, limited resources, and the opportunity. And so we get into the programs that we have selected to offer. MDF is a very small agency. We operate 10 programs plus a number of projects and sub-programs And we do all that with only 15 people presently, which is about larger than we've ever been in our history, frankly. Our typical budget is $2 to $3 million per year, including pass-through of various grants that go out to communities and to project partners. And as I said, typically about 5% of that is state general fund. The coordination, and I'm going back now a little bit to the table of contents, coordination with other agencies, as I said, is really part of our DNA, and we attempt to describe that in here under G. We serve a lot of constituencies by statute and within each project, but I like to say our client is really the economy of Maine, and that's a great client to have. And we try to not carry the water just for one constituency, no matter how worthy, but to think about how to balance the needs in the Maine economy as the measures of growth does as well. Alternative delivery we touch on, but in effect, MDF often is the alternative delivery system. There are many tasks that we do that a state agency could attempt to do, but hopefully they turn to us because they know that we can bring relationships together in a different venue, in a somewhat more apolitical setting, to mobilize collaboration than a state agency could. Interestingly, over the last few years, the federal delegation has frequently asked us to help mobilize constituencies to deliver things rather than have a government agency or another entity do it. Emerging issues, I touch here on both issues in the Maine economy and for MDF, and I'll spend a little bit of time on that. Some of the other stuff below doesn't apply to us or applies to us in a pretty limited way, and we can touch on anything that the committee desires there. So flipping back to program, I put a note in here that hopefully is not taken as a dodge, but an explanation, which is that MDF, I try to think of an analogy. It's like those old ads for Intel Inside or GE, we bring good things to life, where a lot of times MDF is behind the scenes. We are the people supporting the networks and the agencies that do the direct delivery. That actually makes it sometimes very difficult for us to explain our role and our impact to funders, as you can imagine, especially in times like the last couple of years when everyone's like, who is delivering direct humanitarian aid? Who is delivering direct small business support? We are typically working behind the scenes to support these networks of Main Streets, these networks of education providers, these networks of leaders. So a lot of times we are only able to measure the effectiveness of that training, the effectiveness of how inclusive or how valued that collaborative process is. A great example might be we are working deeper than we ever have on any project or sector, arguably, on the forest economy of Maine. But with entities, whether it's GoLab in Madison or whether it's the biofuels or CLT companies that are kicking the tires in Maine, we are not at the level of a transaction where we have to sign a non-disclosure agreement and be up to our eyeballs in those direct transactions. We are trying to create, a system and a process where those entities are welcomed and find an easy way to engage in considering investment in Maine. So we try to measure that, which is often a bit more indirect. Page 7 is a summary of the programs, and here I would highlight that the 3 programs that receive direct general fund support, the Measures of Growth and the Economic Growth Council, approximately $55,000 per year. A direct appropriation to MDF, which covers approximately $33,000 a year for the Realize Maine network at the bottom of the second column. And in that same appropriation embedded $25,000 a year for the Maine Downtown Center, which, just like MDF's budget as a whole, typically would only represent maybe 5% of the Maine Downtown Center's budget. But we do work with state-controlled funding sources. The federal CDBG funds that are distributed by the Office of Community Development at DECD are the primary core funding for the Maine Downtown Center. And without that bread and butter support, really would not be anywhere at all in terms of doing the work we do today. And within 4Maine, for example, we have worked really closely with the Maine Rural Development Authority using funds they already have, so those are not fresh general fund appropriations, to do a partnership program for all these mill sites, 5 of the paper mill sites that are attempting to redevelop. So that was a 50% state and 50% federal project. So We have opportunities to partner outside the general fund, but the general fund support, as I said, is a tad over 100,000 a year out of that core of 2 million. So I won't touch on every program. I think hopefully you all just received your measures of growth in the mail earlier this month. And some of you have had a chance to participate in our Policy Leaders Academy. That is a great group. We certainly need to do some reappointments and add some members to the vacant slots there. And I think there are 2 returning senators that are interested in continuing, but we've lost both of our House members. And so just throw that out there as a great volunteer opportunity for potentially interested legislators. The measures of growth is constantly evolving. It's about 30 metrics, but we're constantly pushing ourselves to figure out if we're measuring the right things in the right way. We added CO2 greenhouse gases this year. We added the more ambitious 100 megs over 100 megs standard for broadband. We tweaked the post-secondary measure so that it included all of those non-degree credentials and certificates that are now being estimated better than they ever were before. So we're constantly trying to make it better. And you see a little bit of a summary of that in the write-up on the Growth Council. I'll just pause for a second on that section. The Growth Council is really a loss leader for us. We value it, and we use some of our general membership to, augment the appropriation because it's that important. That said, we would love to get a little more funding over the years to make up that gap. And we have a supplemental request pending with the governor's team for that.
Mr. Green, we also have a bill sitting on the table that this committee passed last session, correct? That was attempting to do that as well.
That's correct. And I think partly with the idea that we would, one, track the 10-year economic development strategy more robustly and in a more user-friendly way. And I will say we went over budget on the Growth Council last year, partly because we chose to just bite the bullet and do a much better digital and mobile product than ever before. So if you get a chance to cruise around the website, hopefully you'll appreciate that that's out there now.
Can I ask?
But we kind of sucked up the cost of that in-house.
Gotcha. Thank you. I just wanted to remind the committee members that we did pass and support this, I think, fairly broadly. But it's stuck on the table right now. And so you're also hoping that it'll be in the supplemental budget, correct?
Correct. I don't think we've gotten word on that, so I need to ask Commissioner Johnson's team. We run a couple of flagship leadership programs, Leadership Maine and ICL, the Institute for Civic Leadership, both almost 30 years old, but one, Leadership Maine, was with us from inception, and ICL came over to us a little over 3 years ago. We view them as complementary. I don't think I really need to repeat the write-ups. We have probably around 2,000 alumni collectively of these programs. We have some organizations in Maine that send promising C-suite or high potential leaders through these programs every year. As we've noted, we're not necessarily able to measure the impact that our grads have out there, albeit we know that some of them run for the legislature, some of them are mayors of some of Maine's largest cities, some of them are CEOs of Maine's largest corporations and nonprofits, and others are doing great work in much more modest ways and much less visible ways all over Maine. So we feel good about that alumni network and its goals, but obviously what we track is what we can track at the point of delivery. We try to get synergy between these programs. So, we try to tour these groups through the forest economy, through sites of great downtown revitalization, through innovative programs in adult education. Excuse me. And in the case of ICL, this year, 60% of the cohort are drawn from some of the struggling forest economy communities, because we know that, building their kind of muscle to lead through really challenging times is part of what they need. So we've been able to bring some nice synergy this year across programs like this. So I'll skip down a bit. Lead now at the top of page 12. I just wanted to leave in here, even though, a lot of it was temporary. Just an example for you all of how we attempted to just adapt and continue to have impact throughout the pandemic. We were able to reach hundreds of participants in a virtual way. That obviously means you can't do certain things, but it also means you can have a statewide reach for some programming that's harder to achieve. So we felt great about its reach and its quality, but frankly, it's hard to charge a lot of tuition for something like that from a business model kind of point of view. Policy Leaders Academy, we just wrapped up the third of 3 sessions this year, last Friday. I think we were in the low 30s in terms of number of legislators participating in each, which we were frankly pleased with. We know there's many things that you all have going on. In the past, when we did small in-person seminars, we would sometimes only get 20-ish people to show up, over at the Senator. The bus tour and our symposium, we used to attract 90 to 100 folks. And so we hope someday we can get back to that. Again, we can't necessarily claim to be able to track whether we made you better legislators, and we would never be that presumptuous and obnoxious. But we do hear from you about the quality of the programs and about relationships that you've built on the bus tour and other sessions that you wouldn't have had otherwise in doing your work. So we hope we can get back to that, because it's hard to build relationships on Zoom. I see a couple of questions, so I'll pause.
Yeah, let's go ahead and pause for some questions at this point. Chair recommends Representative Pebworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Breen. And I just wanted to say, you can say without a doubt that you make better legislators, and that if you ever need somebody to encourage more legislators to attend, I am your person. It's a great program that you've offered both on the bus and on the Zoom.
Representative Collmore. And welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Breen, for being here. I just wonder if there's a way to help expand the Policy Leaders Academy. I was very disappointed I couldn't go because it's during the day and I have to take Tuesdays and Thursdays off already for committee. And so I'd love to see some offerings in the evenings, even if that's not the full program, so that some of us would be able to attend without having to watch the recording after the fact, because you think of questions while you're watching it. So I think it's a great program. I wish I could participate in it while it's actually happening.
Totally understandable. I wonder if a hybrid model where we maybe did make the video available, but had some kind of live Q&A follow-up available as well, so that we didn't have all the panelists repeat themselves necessarily, but had some of the panelists at least available to interact in real time as a complement to the video.
Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too want to second the last two. I work on Fridays, so I'm unable to attend your last 3, but I did register for them and I am making my way through the recordings. And I just can't say enough about the data and your presentations of just critical information as I'm trying to make decisions in the legislature. So thank you so much. And like the last speaker, Amanda, I would second if there was some way to do a hybrid. I'd love it.
Representative Hasselfuss.
I'm just going to join the choir here and say thanks so much for recording them. I find it very handy that at like 11 o'clock at night, when I actually have some time to myself, I can play a recording or something like that. So I think it's very important that as much as possible you can record stuff. So if we can't be there in person, we can at least get all the information and then later on reach out with questions if we have them.
We're certainly speaking to the fact that this is a citizen legislature, and a lot of this legislation, a lot of this work happens in the wee hours and on the weekends, and when it can. So excellent.
Thank you. And I would hang a lantern on an issue that we highlight in our rather candid status report that's in the appendix, which is we struggled with the partisan balance. So I would ask our Republican colleagues, when I first arrived in 2015, it was definitely a complaint that we had not visited enough for-profit businesses in the previous cycle. And so we worked really hard to rectify that imbalance. And we achieved, I think, pretty good partisan parity in one of our cycles a couple of years ago, and then have seen it fall off again. So we're just always trying to make sure that we're appealing to a broad cross-section of legislators. And if anyone has any perceptions or gets any sort of side intel from colleagues about what would help us do that, we'd love to know.
Representative Andrews.
Thank you. I'm just curious, what is the split for, private sector versus NPO of groups that you work with?
In our planning group, we heavily lean on the state chamber as a planning partner, in addition to the university and a couple of our lead funding philanthropies. That said, when we go out, we have a lot of private sector businesses that are members or have alumni of our leadership programs. We get to know a lot of other businesses through the downtown center or through the forest products industry. So, for example, I think our last tour to Western Maine, we hit a manufacturer in Auburn, we hit Poland Spring Company, we hit Sappi Paper Mill, we did a tour of downtown Skowhegan, in addition to visiting some higher eds and some hospitals and some youth development groups downtown. So we've been aiming more than ever to make sure that it is and feels balanced. But if there are other factors, and interestingly, it's definitely the symposium and the bus tour where not only we get the high attendance, but we get the most bipartisan attendance.
Mr. Breen, is there more presentation that you want to give, or do you want to go into questions at this point?
I'd love to hit the economic and community development area for a few minutes. Realize Maine Network, you all hear about every biennium because it is generally funded. There is an update in there. I think these groups, like a lot, struggled because so much of their programming is in-person, high engagement programming, but I think they got pretty darn creative and are looking forward, hopefully, to doing more in the coming year. The volunteer leadership is pretty energized. We would love to add more groups across Maine. Our lead staff, Julie Bean, is passionate about the possibility of doing that. The section on partnerships, which sort of corresponded to that third vertical on the slide earlier, I just mentioned the first two, the Downtown Center and the Forest Economy Project, are our two largest programs in terms of budget and in terms of the proportion of staff that touch those programs. And the Downtown Center has been with us for over 20 years, which is also unusual. And we were asked to take on this function, as I said, its own snippet of statute to do these things that are described. We have a couple of dozen communities that are formal affiliates in Main Streets, including the 10 Main Streets here. But we have scores of other communities that participate in programming from time to time. It's also one of the best programs, I would say, that we have in terms of its frontline reporting on impact metrics. That's part of the national model. We work really hard to get the Main Streets to report that on a consistent basis. These numbers change only incrementally each year. Senator Curry and I were talking the other day about some poor approaches to assessment where people might repeat the same number every year. We don't do that. So these numbers are truly cumulative and go up a little bit, hopefully, every year. But obviously, they reflect a long track record of impact. I would say one great testament to the downtown program is that we often get approached by people to use the downtown network as a conduit for other grants or programs. So whether it's a wellness program, whether it's a historic preservation grant program, whether it's a rural entrepreneurship program, which we're really excited that we've been doing. We had a pilot, as it says on page 16, we had a pilot in Monson, Skowhegan, and Lisbon. We're hoping to reach many, many other communities over time with some of that interesting work. And a map, because I think it is a struggle to work statewide in Maine. We often struggle to find statewide partners for us to work with. Because there are so few other entities that truly have statewide reach. So we often wind up working with a wide array of regional and localized entities where our partner set, varies in each region. For Maine, I think this committee has heard a lot about over the years. Some of you were up in Madison last week. I think the strength of this vision was we had 4 trade groups, the university, and communities who came together to make a common front to try to change the future. We can't take credit for the $1 billion in capital investment that has flowed in, but I think everyone involved feels like we created an environment where people felt there was a commitment to this industry in terms of its workforce, in terms of its research and development, partnerships with MTI, you name it. And that has helped to facilitate, continued reinvestment in the state. So we have a chance right now to go for what the feds are literally calling a moonshot proposal. We're one of 60 finalists with a 50-50 shot at up to 100 million. And it would go into all those areas that we've mentioned: mill site redevelopment, leadership development, workforce, marketing and attraction, and a couple of really signature research efforts at UMaine to really expand what we're doing in composite manufacturing, packaging, and other areas like that. So super excited. And I won't spend time on the rest, Senator Curry, but we just got asked mid-21 to staff a similar effort for the marine living economy. So not just fisheries, but also kelp and other living products from the ocean. And that group is really just getting momentum now. And then finally, on the bottom of 20 into 21, we've worked a lot in education and workforce over the years, and this is just the most recent iteration. And again, we're working with a network of several hundred folks who are the folks that you will encounter at either the higher ed institutions, at your CAP agency, at your career center, who are supporting adult learners, not just in finding the right path of study or the right non-degree credential to pursue, but where do you seek help if life gets in the way? Whether it's an emergency transportation issue, healthcare issue, childcare issue, increasingly folks know it's got to really hit all fronts. So it's a wide array of programming, and I guess I hope that the legislature takes pride in the fact that your creation has been able to attract so much resource from others outside of state government to move work forward. We get into the other mandatory areas further on, in terms of organization and finances. I would just say on the financial summary, and we have our full audit in there. I focus a lot on the two lines that are shaded, because we track our finances for those of you that either work in nonprofits or have served as board members for nonprofits. We track our finances not in the state government system, but in the generally accepted accounting principles for nonprofits. And so that's what these categories represent. And you can see, I think, I was noting to myself, you can see some dramatic changes. You can see in 2020 a huge spike in the fourth line down, the grants income, but you can also see a huge spike in the direct program cost line a little further down, where we had two large subgranting programs that really picked up steam in 2020. Our Milltown subgrant program and our National Park Service historic preservation. But the two shaded lines, there's a lot of strange nonprofit accounting, as some of you know, in terms of how you look at donor restricted revenue. You might get a huge grant in the door in year X and then take 3 years to spend it, but the accountants make you recognize it all as revenue up front. And so we really track this unrestricted line, where we're kind of a really lean break-even organization, as you can see from those two lines. Finally, Senator, if I could, I would just mention emerging issues. I think for MDF, emerging issues include the fact that, building a budget that really enables us to do long-term impactful work and not just chase the next grant. We have a lot of work right now where we're fortunate to be funded by private philanthropy, fortunate to be funded by the Federal Economic Development Administration. Some of those funders are in it for the long haul, but others are very project-based. And so it can be very challenging to deliver, trying to support networks in Maine and provide ongoing technical assistance with short-term grants. The Maine Downtown Center has really benefited over the years from the partnership with CDBG, because, it's an evergreen situation where some type of support is always needed by those communities, even though the complexion changes. So that's a big one for us. And, having a backstop of flexible and somewhat unrestricted funding where we can be entrepreneurial, do work that is high impact and not just meets the priorities of a grant funder in any given year. Our work, like everyone, to really tackle the implications of an increasingly diverse Maine and increasing awareness of the inequities in the Maine economy. Could go on all day about that, but I'll wait for questions if there are any. And then emerging issues facing the state of Maine. Here we mostly recap the issues that we recap in the measures of growth, but those issues around an aging demographic, around our serious uphill climb on R&D, broadband, and housing. Those are not new issues, but they're just accelerating all the time. So I will stop and stop sharing and look forward to your questions. We appreciate the support and the critical partnership of this committee over the years. Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you. And before I take questions, I will lead with a question. Can you speak? Can you tell me the timeline on the 4 Maine Moonshot grant, and a little bit about how many? So you got to the second round. How many were in the first round?
It was a breathtaking 529 in the first round, and we made the final 60, and there'll be 30 grants across the country. So it's we're psyched to make it to this stage. We're going to try to control what we can control and put in the most compelling application we can. That application is due March 15, and we'll probably find out around the end of the summer if we won. We're looking at every scrap of unrestricted funding we have to throw in as match. So it's an 80% federal, 20% match situation, which is pretty high for them to go 80-20 in this kind of program. They go 50-50 a lot, and only go 80-20 in a lot of the most distressed situations. So 80-20 is great, but 20 is still not easy. So we are talking to every philanthropy we have a relationship with. We are talking, we're looking at our own budget to say, can we characterize some core work as part of this undertaking, because it does blend together, especially in the rim counties. We are talking with DECD about any ideas they have, and so I think they're working to see if they've got either the only federal money that can match federal money is CDBG, so they're looking at that. And we hope to approach the Maine Rural Development Authority to see if they will participate again. They have some funds in their revolving loan fund. They would have to be persuaded to set some of that aside for a grant program here, which they did in the past. They set aside $650,000 2 years ago for half of this mill site redevelopment program that we're doing. So if they could do something like that again, that would be amazing. We felt like either the vehicles or the likelihood or the timing of a fresh general fund appropriation by March 15th was not worth spinning our wheels on, to be candid. If this committee feels otherwise, we of course are happy to collaborate on such a pitch, but we just felt like it's a lot for the legislature to seek to do on such a short tightrope.
Thank you. Representative Collmore.
Sorry, my mute button didn't want to work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, Mr. Breen, for a great presentation. I remember when I was reading through this weekend, and forgive me, I read a lot of reports this weekend. I'm trying to remember exactly what you had talked about, mentioning K-12 development, which I'm sure you remember from last session is a big passion of mine. And I know that somewhere in there you had indicated that as a target, I believe. And I'm just curious how that may have worked for you last year, or what your plans are going forward to really target that group for the workforce development issues we're facing.
Yeah, I think probably it was in the forest economy section. A lot of our work in Adult Promise is, of course, post-high school. We are part of the Maine Spark Consortium that is working pre-K, through career. So we definitely, tag along and get involved in K-12 issues. But there was a specific reference in there that a priority for the 4 Maine Workforce Development Group is to really connect with parents, with young people, and with counselors to make sure people are aware that major segments of this industry are still alive and well, and that the nature of mechanical logging and the nature of today's advanced high-tech sawmills, this is not your parents' or grandparents' industry in terms of the education, training, and earning potential sometimes either. So there was definitely a reference to the K-12 priority for that group for sure. They want to work across the whole continuum, but they felt if they could do nothing else to start, they'd love to work with changing those perceptions and aspirations for young people. But they're just getting started really on that work.
All right, thank you.
Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yellow, thanks so much for this presentation and for all the work that you and your staff do. I loved the measures of growth report. I really enjoyed the first of the 3 recordings. I'm about to get to the labor one. And my question is about labor this time. So we sit on this committee and we have a lot of people come forward asking for debt relief for school, ways to get an increase in various professions. We seem to have an acute shortage across the board. And it seems as though there is a market failure, that many people don't stay in early education, don't stay in something like what we heard this morning, vet techs, because the wages are so low that they leave the profession, and that many others don't come to Maine or don't stay in Maine because their debt load for medical school or for veterinary school or whatever it is too high for the wages they can earn here. Could you speak about what it is about Maine that creates so many market failures? What are we missing?
Oh boy. I would say at the very highest level, first of all, let's not forget that the Opportunity Maine tax credit is in fact one of the most ambitious and most generous, education debt tax credit programs in the country. And so that is definitely a source. And I don't have the latest numbers in front of me in terms of the tax expenditures in that program, but it's now into the many, many, many millions. So that has an impact for sure, as you can see just from raw numbers of participants and cost. That said, on the front end, I think cost is important. I mean, I think everyone's grappling with this. The community college has a new $60 million program to deliver a lot of free or very low cost, especially short-term upskilling training programs. UMaine has some great programs to try to forgive stranded debt that students may have before they show up to re-engage in the education process. And I'm not going to emphasize cost, but what we know from working with scholarship providers like Maine Community Foundation is that money is neither necessary nor sufficient sometimes for persistence. Like I said, it's a lot of those other things of being on a wrong pathway, so therefore not seeing the ROI in your personal or professional life. It's, not being able to sustain the program through completion, even if it's a one-year program, because you've got other crises in your life that pop up. So, I'm not going to say cost is not an issue, but increasingly we work with a lot of people who are trying to take a lot of the non-cost barriers out of the equation as well. I don't know, Jan, Jan oversees our staff on the Adult Promise program. I don't know what you might offer there.
Part of your question, Representative Geiger, was also, good to see you, by the way, was also about pay rates. And what we see is employers are also beginning to realize they're going to have to ramp up. Now that kind of hits us as consumers as well, but that is part of the equation as well. So we're seeing those kinds of increases. We're also seeing employers do things they haven't done in the past, including things like building housing, or sending buses to other communities and picking up employees to come work for them because there's not adequate housing or transportation. So those kinds of strategies are, I think they're expensive and they're necessary. And then the other piece is, of course, we have the declining birth rate. Not as many people are graduating from high school. How do we attract new people? And Live and Work in Maine is one of our partners with Maine Spark, and they're working on attracting more people to the state. We need to attract the right people to the state, and I mean that only in some ways. I mean it we want to attract people who want to live here, not just retire here, and affect our housing prices, which makes it even harder for big people to live here. So.
Yeah, and I would say I'm thinking to that panel on the workforce that we did have a couple of Fridays ago, Representative Geiger, and there was a gentleman from Irving Wood Products, who a mainline business heavily in northern Maine. The number of partnerships that they have to have with every flavor of training and development program that you can dream up. And he even admitted there were some he didn't even know about until just recently that were crucial. I think there was like some kind of electrical technology program at EMCC that he had just learned about, recently. So one of the challenges I see is we're a small business state. And if a larger employer who has a full-time HR guy is running around trying to build these partnerships with so many different, pathways and programs, imagine the 2 or 10 person firm that doesn't have anybody who can be dedicated to those kinds of partnerships.
Chair Curry, could I ask one more follow-up question to that? Thank you. Yellow and Jan as well. I know in the past, Representative Andrews, in one of the bills we heard last session, mentioned that in his county, 1/3 of the young male workforce is neither working nor in school. I know you have talked about Maine Spark Navigators, the Maine Adult Promise Program. How much success are we finding getting that population back into the workforce or into the workforce for the first time ever? And do you have any wisdom about what you're seeing in that population that keeps them from engaging?
I'm not sure if Jan would agree. I think it's not enough, no matter what it is, and it's very troubling. And I have a hard time putting 2 and 2 together, given the massive shortage of skilled trades and other kind of experiential and hands-on, professions where historically you've been able to make a good living in Maine and still can. We suspect part of it is we're just not exposing enough kids to the trades early on. And by early on, I mean even before high school. And I don't just mean the trades. I mean, I think any kind of continued constructivist experiential learning. The trades are just one of those things, frankly. But I think we're losing a lot of people, heavily male, but not just male, by not having enough exposure to those learning modalities and those opportunities early on, well before high school. Jan, what are you seeing in the?
We have a long way to go. And I think that one of the things that the state is doing right now, they just released an RFP, which was all about how do we put more peer navigators in place so these young men and others learn more quickly about what the opportunities are, what the pathways are, and how to move down that pathway with the right resources for the jobs that would be interesting. I think there's a lot of young men who don't think that the opportunities are here in Maine. I sat with somebody at a conference and he's like, he's moving to Massachusetts. And I said, why? He said, well, there aren't any jobs here. I said, yes, there are. So how do we get that word out? And we have a long way to go with that. And that's part of the campaign with the forest economy work, is it's part of its marketing and convincing people that there is opportunity here.
Thank you both so much.
I know as a teacher, my wife very much benefited by the ELE program led by Work and Live Maine. No.
Educate Maine.
Educate Maine about the industries in Maine. So it's designed to bring teachers to so they could educate their students about the jobs that are available right here. Chair recognizes Senator Searway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I've been listening to this discussion about the labor workforce and how it's concerning. I can go to New Hampshire and they're booming over there, and they don't feel the hurt that we're feeling. And I don't know why just a line can make that big a difference, but I'm wondering if there's any way that University of Maine could get with New Hampshire's university and see what the difference is. I mean, there's got to be, I know part of it, in my community, one asked me, is KV Cap going to be paying for the rent for the welfare? And he gets like $1,400, $1,500 a month for each apartment that he's got people in, and they're paying for it. And then, so they don't want to work. They don't have to work because they get to stay home with their kids, which is great, but we all used to work when we had our kids home. And I think that's a big piece. The other part is that I talked to a lady working at a store, and she said that nobody wants to work. She has to work overtime or part-time where she wasn't before. And she said that nobody wants to work. And so I don't know how we get that change of mindset to get them back to work, because every place has openings. And I can go right down the road and there's openings for everything. And so I think we're going to have a major problem in how their Social Security is going to be affected, how their retirement pensions are going to be, how we're going to pay for homes. Also, it's going to be a disaster if we don't get a grip on it. And I think, especially when you get the colleges depending on the resources that we pump in for trying to get students into the classroom and get them paid for on the college level and stuff. I don't want to see us end up not having the money to do it with. And I think it's a big problem, but I think there's got to be a study somehow so we can grasp why this is happening. And I guess, what's your thoughts on that, Yellow?
Well, I mean, there's a few things that come to my mind. First of all, I have a house in northern New Hampshire. My wife grew up there. It's 2.5 hours to Boston. In 2.5 hours from Boston, you'll be in Portland, but you sure won't be in Bangor or Holton or Madawaska. So, Maine being 4 times the size with about the same number of people stresses every system we have, whether it's higher education, K-12 education, transportation, broadband. So they have a lot of the same problems, even though they got 1/4 of the area to cover. And that helps a bit. So I think, that's part of it. Proximity to Boston helps, and Southern Maine benefits from that as well, for sure. Cost of doing business matters. It's in measures of growth. I don't have it in front of me right this second, but we were able to moderate those costs to some degree over the decade of the 2010s. I'm troubled by it creeping back up a little bit. I don't think it's just cost. I think it's the cost of health coverage, not just the cost of taxes, I should say. It's the cost of health coverage and lots of other things that are actually bigger for most businesses than even the taxes they pay. So Maine is a high cost state in a high cost region. And, we can try to keep that under control, but we also have to be a high skill, high innovation state, or we're not going to make it. So it's a careful balancing act for policymakers, for sure. It's difficult to pull off.
Thank you.
Representative Pedworth. And then after this comment, I'd like to move to any questions that we'd like either Mr. Breen or Rachel to come back with that the committee might like. Representative Pedworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a question about research and development, which the measures of growth had a red flag on this year. And then I was surprised to see, I think it's page 31 in the report, letter Q, that there's a piece that the Maine Economic Growth Council has not fulfilled. And I would love to hear really your thoughts on what we can do to improve research and development, but also a little bit on that piece on page 31, please.
Yeah, be careful what you say. I just felt it was important to be transparent that it was one section of statute that jumped out at me on my review that, to my knowledge, may never have been done, certainly hasn't been done during my 7 years here. And it's not entirely clear to me if policymakers still see benefit in it. There's I think one seat on the Economic Growth Council that is a crossover seat to that Innovation Economy Advisory Board. That Innovation Economy Advisory Board, as I understand it, is required to benefit from some of the federal R&D programs. we have to have a body that comes up with sort of our plan for using some of those NSF funds. So it has a very particular and important role. But a lot of policy work happens out of DECD and MTI. And obviously, and I think the world of MTI. They have a strong independent board. They have a ton of sector-specific technology expert boards that guide their investing. So I think I raised it in this context just to say awareness that we're not doing it. And no one has really asked us to be honest, even though it's in statute. Not that we would not have the capacity to start doing it. R&D in general, huge issue. I think there's a lot of layers to that. Several that I'll mention. One is that I understand UMaine is working towards being a so-called R1 research institution. And I guess that's a pretty important designation that helps double down on attracting research grants and double down on attracting faculty that are the people who draw those grants down. So I know they're trying to change the realities on there. We have a lot of great private labs like Jackson Lab and Gulf of Maine Research Institute. One of the key things is the private sector investment in R&D. And we saw the impact of having companies like IDEX and Abbott Labs based in Maine over the past couple of years. A critical part of that R&D number is creating an environment where SAPI does not want to move its research lab out of Westbrook, South Portland, but rather wants to double down on having its research lab there and other entities like that. So making sure we retain our share of sort of headquarters functions and R&D functions on the private sector side goes back to, if we can't create a low cost environment for them, can we create a very supportive environment in terms of workforce and quality of life and broadband for their employee base?
Those are helpful. Thank you. And perhaps since you've been helpful in the past, you can help us create a bill for next session, cleaning that area up or placing it maybe where it's more appropriate.
Representative Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I promise to be brief. Yellow. I have to laugh. Where is he? Where'd he go? Okay, sorry, I have to see you to talk to you. I had just had Abbott in my mind and you said Abbott. So evidently we might have some linkage here or the same train of thought. But I want to share a thought upon your presentation today, you and then Jan's addition to it. There's an old saying that I get reminded of quite often. You can't know what you don't know until you know it. And I would add to that we can't learn it until we learn more. So what you've exhibited here today for many of us is a process that the more we get exposed, we just keep adding on to that. So these presentations, just so that you folks do know how valuable they are, because you remind us of things. And so we take a step back and then you add new that they link together. So it shows us some progression. So I thank you for that. But my one thing I did want to ask, and if you aren't able to do it today, it could be for our good analyst, is it possible for you to share some of the private funding and the philanthropic support that you do get so that we just could be aware of it? I think, again, those nuggets allow us to even have cross-referencing conversations at particular times that may encourage somebody. Who knows? Thank you.
I would say a list of our corporate and nonprofit members who are a source of almost 200,000 a year of collective support is in the appendix. Bangor Savings is first and foremost who supports us across just about every program we undertake. Maine Community Foundation is very important to us. They partner with us on multiple fronts. And then there are just a large host of other important philanthropies, both private and corporate, that chip in. I would say the Federal Economic Development Administration in recent years, they funded 2 phases of the 4 Maine work. They are the source of this moonshot $100 million proposal we're doing. we hope that even if we don't win the big enchilada, they will fund a third phase of the work. So they've been pretty darn important to not just us, but all of our partners in 4Main.
Thank you.
Representative Andrews.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I got two questions, actually. This first one's probably pretty easy. But as an independent agency outside of state government, MDF has never been granted rulemaking authority or anything like that, right?
No, we don't have the power to tell anyone what to do on anything.
I didn't think so. I just wanted to clarify. And then secondly, you mentioned Maine Community Foundation. I'm just curious if you could elaborate a little bit more of your work with them and how much of their grants and projects that you guys fund.
Sure. Just so folks know, Maine Community Foundation is a pool of funds. They have hundreds and hundreds of different donor advised funds, endowments, and other things that they administer for others. They're one of the handful of largest foundations in Maine, in addition to Alfond and Libra. So they have a longstanding strategic priority in education, and they were kind of the founder of our efforts in adult learners back in 2014. They actually approached us at that time, before me, and asked us to bring the chancellor and president of the community college together to say, how can we work as a system in Maine instead of a silo? And then we invited FAME and many other key players over the years to join the effort. So they do a lot in the education space with us and well outside us, because they administer like 500 scholarship funds. And then they have done a lot of joint projects with the Maine Downtown Center and funded some of our work in historic preservation and subgrants there. And then they just tend to be involved in smaller ways, and they've supported the Policy Leaders Academy. They have supported some of our leadership programs over the years, and a lengthy list.
Thank you.
Representative Hassenfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yellow, thank you as always. Exceptional work that your organization does, and you can explain it in a very easy to understand way. So greatly appreciated. And let the committee know if for some reason to get that grant money, you do need some help from the legislature, because I think it's a worthwhile cause. So if your other sources can't come through, like, let's not give up on that kind of once in a generation opportunity that's in front of us. And then my final comment is just for Rachel. Are you on here somewhere? Can you just note the part about R&D that we discussed that is in statute, but that isn't really being done, just so that we can maybe include that with our report back to the full legislature, that we might want to visit whether to just take that out of statute or decide what we want to do with that.
And Representative Hassenfuss, I'll remind you, we do have we are authorized to submit legislation based on this report. So if that's something that we might come back to.
Yeah, I just wanted to have Rachel note it so that it comes up again in discussion.
Okay. Representative Ducharme.
Thank you, Senator Curry. Yellow, thank you for the report, and thank you for the Leaders Academy. I've enjoyed those sessions very much. As we discussed, I think last Friday, one of the things is the whole educational piece, and even going deeper than that with the aspirations of these kids, because I think, like we determined last Friday, that maybe we got to start earlier. I didn't hear in your presentation that you guys doing anything with Joshua Maine graduates, and do you envision working with them in the future, or are they competitors? Or I know that's a big program around in various areas, and then the reason for my question about that is that as I look at measures of growth, I'm struck. As a matter of fact, several weeks ago when I got it and I read through it, I was struck by a couple of things. Our fourth graders are only 36% of them are proficient in reading, and 34% of our 8th graders are proficient in math. But yet, when I go to the back 5 pages of the report, we've met every benchmark in all of the environmental things. And while I think that the environment is certainly a thing that we need to protect, I would think that anybody that has kids or any parent in the state of Maine would be apoplectic about 36 and 34% of our kids being proficient in critical subjects like reading and math. And I don't know why, if this report is published, people aren't jumping up and down going, what are we doing? So if you could just speak to that for particularly with respect to JMG and some of those things.
Yeah. Well, first of all, on JMG, I could go on all day about what a huge fan I have been of JMG for over 20 years. I think in the same 20 or 25 years, they've won the award for being the best program in the country just about every year. So great program. They've historically done a lot more on the K-12 side, and we tend to work more on the adult incumbent worker portion of the continuum. But JMG's been at the table with Maine Spark the entire way. I'm certainly involved in that college and career readiness piece. And we all learn from them from time to time, frankly, even about the language to use, with kids who may have self-selected out of high aspirations in middle school or early in high school. What's even the right language to use to re-engage them so that they think it's something for them. I think we've all learned a lot from JMG, and they actually have some really cool partnerships, as I think at the college level now with Thomas College and others. So great program, enormous fan, great team. On the proficiency side, I think the most important thing is to be clear that proficiency in those national cut scores for NAEP is a very high bar. There are a lot of really capable students who are only quote unquote partially proficient as NAEP sets the cut scores on those standardized assessments. So, but there is clearly a big chunk of students as well who are, not partially proficient either. And, whether that number in any given subject is 25%, 30%, that has been our challenge in public education in Maine and the entire country. Some are special ed, some are not. But, I think there are creative programs that can reach almost every kid and move them up the continuum. It's a huge endemic challenge for us as a state, for sure.
Mr. Breen, thank you so much for coming before us today. We've gone a little bit long, and to the members of DECD that are waiting, I apologize. We'll be ready soon. But I appreciate your testimony and your report. It's a very thorough read. The 101 pages I think we got to. It was great, and the ability to go in depth in the appendices I actually really appreciated. So thank you very much. Ms. Olson, if members have questions that for later they can that they would like research, they can email you as well, correct?
Yep. So if members have questions they'd like me to look into, particularly ones related to the statutes, I'm happy to research those. If there's more programmatic questions, certainly you can send them to me and I can forward them on to Mr. Breen, but you're welcome to email him as well. Although for my preference, you could CC me just so I would be aware of where we stand on them as well, as we think about potentially rescheduling or adding additional work days related to this. I'll just note, of course, we don't have to bring anyone back in. Follow-up could be through writing or not at all.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the time here, and to echo what Representative Austin shared, every time you come before us, even if it's been matters that you've presented before, wading into the world that you live and MDF lives is very helpful each time. And thank you.
Our pleasure. Thank you.
And with that, we'll move on to the presentation by DECD, who also submitted their report, and that was shared by Ms. Olson. And so I believe, let's see, and I will ask if we can promote Commissioner Johnson and Deputy Commissioner Garland and Phoenix McLaughlin. And we'll wait to see who else is presenting. Welcome, Commissioner Johnson. How are you?
Thank you. I'm well. Thank you. How are you?
Very good. Thank you for your patience with us. I see that there are a number of other folks still in the attendee list. Are there any that you would like in this room, or all of them that you would like in this room, or are they here to be on call? What would you prefer?
We were hoping, which maybe is a little bit different, to bring the team in, because normally we would have the whole team in committee and people could get to meet each other. And I just thought that would be helpful. We're going to let the department leads talk a couple of minutes about their department as we go through the report, if that would be appropriate.
That would make sense. So happy to do that. So Ms. Reed, if you can bring in, and so I'm seeing Ben Goodman, Brian Whitney, Caroline Willett, Deborah Johnson.
Yep, everybody on that list is.
Everybody on the list, you're seeing the list also?
Except I don't know, room 202 audio. I don't know what that is. But
yeah, I don't know if we're having issues. I've been having issues all day today. You've seen my screen go black a couple times throughout the day, so we might go blank for a little bit just to make sure that we continue to be able to hear each other.
Great.
But excellent. And as people are coming in, I will give you the floor. Welcome, Commissioner Johnson.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Curry and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement and Business. My name is Heather Johnson, and I'm the Commissioner of the Department of Economic and Community Development, or DECD for short. I'm here today at the request of the committee to present the department's program evaluation report that was submitted in October. The report contains the required information, design, and statute, beginning with an overview of the department, followed by information on each of the program, and includes established priorities, strategic partners, and required reporting. At the end of the report, you'll find the 10-year funding history and organizational chart. In the interest of time, the team has prepared an executive summary of the report. The Department of Economic and Community Development is tasked with economic growth and diversification in Maine. By focusing on talent development, innovation, and investment attraction, Maine can build on changes in global demand. While there certainly have been some difficult times, Maine's economy currently is on a positive trajectory in 2021. Real GDP was up 4.2% in Q3 2021 over Q1 2019. I use 2019 as a baseline because it's a pre-pandemic number that seems to be a good place to go back to. Certainly, we can look at any year that people are interested. And taxable sales for the first 3 quarters of 2021 are up by 29% over the same period in 2019. Over the past decade, real GDP has increased by 14.1%, from $53.76 billion in Q1 2011 to $61.34 billion in Q3 2021. You'll hear from the tourism team in a little bit. I think we all know how highly impacted the tourism economy was early in the pandemic. And over the summer season, our tourism numbers have rebounded significantly. And with 10.1 million visitors, that's about 2.4% over 2019 visitation in the same time period, with taxable sales up 12.7%. So really, I won't go into too much of that because I think Steve will talk about that in a little bit. The important thing is that the people are coming back to Maine. We had a lot of first-time visitors, and they're actually able to stay longer and spend more per visitor. So there are a lot of good indicators in hospitality. Certainly, there are a lot of risks still and some concerns. I heard just the end of the workforce discussion, so we can talk about some of that as well after, if that's helpful. Additionally, we've seen in-migration when I started in this role as a committee, and I think Representative Austin, you and I might be the only 2 consistent people through that time frame. But, we talked a lot about the out-migration concerns and the concerns of rural economies, what was going to happen to these rural communities. And now we're seeing kind of that shift in migration, Maine had the 7th highest net migration rate in 2021. And so while that doesn't completely solve that problem, it has really changed that dynamic, and we can talk about that as well if you'd like. In 2019, DECD facilitated the creation of the strategic plan. You'll see that as part of this document. The plan has 1 vision, 3 goals, and 7 strategy areas. And we continue to work with key public and private sector partners, including Mr. Breen that you just heard from, to really utilize that plan as a roadmap to drive economic vitality. DECD has 6 offices with 35 total positions. The majority of the employees are located here on the 3rd floor in the Cross Building, although I will say our team has been highly productive in this new mode of hybrid working. Most of the economy and economic diversity is driven across the state. And it's important that our team doesn't spend too much time in Augusta, but is really out in the market, meeting with communities, meeting with businesses, meeting with constituents, and trying to figure out where and how we can be helpful. And you'll hear a little bit from the team directly on that. So you're all familiar with LD 1733, which was the enabling legislation for the federal rescue funds. DECD has been assigned $213.5 million over the biennium to administer programs that will continue to support Maine's ongoing economic recovery. Over the last couple of years, we have used other funding, federal funding, to try to create lifelines for businesses and organizations to give them a little bit of help and stability as and when they need it. Really what we've seen are these key challenges have been things that are long-standing issues in our economy. The pandemic exacerbated those issues. And so with these funds, we're trying to create lifelines for businesses as well as help solve long-term systemic challenges with one set of funding together. So detailed in statute, DECD's programs fall within 5 divisions. What we're going to do, if it's all right with you, Senator Curry, and Ms. Olson, I don't know, am I screen sharing or will that come from you all?
You should have the authority to screen share on your end.
Okay, so let's see if we have user error issues or if we really can. So what we thought we would do here is take a minute and go through the teams one at a time and let the leaders of these departments take you through their work so that you can meet them. Obviously, I think we will have the chance for an opportunity for questions kind of as we go. We talked about this. All right. So
Commissioner Johnson,
yes.
as format, so what would work? So there'll be a presentation by section, and then we'll do questions after that, and then go on to the next section. Does that make sense? Is that what
that
you're
works
proposing?
great. Yep, that works well. Or we can hold questions, whatever works better for the committee.
Let's try the sections, then questions, and we'll move
Okay,
on.
that sounds perfect. So we're going to start lined up to your book here. The first is the Connect Maine Authority, which was established in 2006 as a public instrumentality of state government, whose mission is to facilitate the universal availability of broadband to all Maine households and businesses. The authority has an executive director and an assistant director who are employees of the Office of Broadband funded within DECD. You know, I would say when we started this, we probably all would have talked about, is broadband really that important, or what do we need for broadband? We're certainly well beyond that now. And so with that, I'm going to introduce Peggy Schaefer, who is the director of the Connect Maine Authority. And Peggy, I will get your slide up.
Okay, I was going to say, Heather, you're not sharing your screen. So hi, I'm the director of the Connect Maine Authority. As Heather says, we are in charge of putting up broadband and helping communities develop broadband across the state. We have a dedicated revenue source, other special revenue of about $1.4 million a year that has been increased over the last couple of years. And this year, we think it's going to be our ongoing revenue to be more like 2.5 million. As you know, we've gotten some federal, or we'll be getting federal funds coming into the state for broadband. But our philosophy on this really is based on helping communities develop their own plans to bring in providers to show community interest, what we call take rate, so that providers are interested in working with communities to develop a broadband plan. So in this we have two sort of grant programs. One is a community planning grant. And over the past year, we have really expanded that. We have now established a statewide community of practice, which is we've provided planning grants all across the state. And now we're bringing those practitioners together to learn from each other and to build on the knowledge of how they're working and how they're expanding broadband in their community. Each community is a little different, but there's a lot to learn from each other. We are also starting a program called Community Boosters. We're doing this work through the Maine Broadband Coalition and the Island Institute. Community Boosters will be essentially one person in each county that will receive a small stipend, who will make sure these community plans and community activities continue to grow. Some of them get kind of hung up occasionally. And so the community boosters are there to make sure that those community projects and the community planning committees keep moving forward. Last year, we started a crowdsourced speed testing statewide through the Maine Broadband Coalition. It's on their webpage. And we've had 31,000 individual tests over the last year, which is fabulous, right? That's a huge number. That data is being fed into our broadband map so we can have a little better accuracy about where service is and where service isn't. We've also worked with a mapping company called Vetro Fiber, which is based in Portland, and they're providing support for 10 communities to really get deep into the Vetro platform, which helps them both design a network, get a cost structure, and figure out how you're going to actually serve your community. We revamped our planning grants about 3 times this year. Every time we sort of learned from around. And one of the things that we've done is we used to have a phase 1 and a phase 2. We've dumped the phase 1 and we just do a very simple startup grant, which is tell us who you are, you know, where you think you're going. We're going to give you some money and then, you know, give you an outline of the things you need to work on and then come back to us with a report. So it's essentially a very simple $5,000 upfront to get up and going. We've provided 18 larger community planning grants, which cover a whole range of activities, from feasibility studies to RFPs to a lot of community outreach. And we actually have a planning grant round open right now that we will announce tomorrow. On the infrastructure side, we did a bunch of stuff this year in anticipation of federal money. So we put in place, as you know, we haven't had a lot of funding. And so in 2020, we got a bond issue for $15 million, which at the time, I gotta say, was a huge amount of money. And we really didn't have a verification and validation process in place. So we began to put in a process that verified on the front end of what the provider, what the grantee was proposing to do and what it looked like from a technology perspective, were they a viable entity, all of that kind of stuff. And on the back end, we're going to validate. So we're going to go out and look and see what they built and make sure it met the specs of what they said they were going to build on the front end. We think this is really an appropriate use, especially since this is taxpayer money, that we do make sure that what we're paying for actually gets built. We've worked with Vetro Fiber to create a broadband intelligence platform. This is really, it's kind of hard to do. This is not a map. This is it's map-based, but this is a platform that really lets us look deep into the data around broadband, not just who is served and who's unserved, but also sort of where the most unserved people are in terms of the quality of service and density. It also allows us to look at population data. It looks at indicators of need around device use and cost. So it's a very complex platform. It's very easy to use. That really helps us look deeper into the communities that we're serving and the kind of service they have and what is it they need to really make a difference for their economy. We have revised the definition of broadband service. So right now, the definition in Maine of broadband service is you are served if you have 100 over 100 service. That's 100 megabits per second up and 100 megabits per second down. We believe strongly the up speed is the really important piece because the simple way to think about it is the world talks to us through downspeed and we talk to the world through upspeed. So downspeed is about consumerism and upspeed is about creation, which is why we believe that the upspeed is critically important for our economic development piece. Unserved is now defined as 50 over 10, it's 50 megabits per down and 10 up. And underserved is between those two numbers. We revamped our infrastructure grant program to take into consideration those and also add priorities. So for the first time, we're really looking at who has the worst service and let's give grantees that come in with the people who have the worst service, probably under 25.3, more points, shall we say, in the scoring process. We also recognize density because we know it's more expensive to build in less dense areas. So we take that into consideration. So this is a really sort of very sophisticated scoring process that really helps us focus on the priorities of the state about who to serve and how to serve them. Last fall, we put out about $6.5 million in CARES funding. That was mostly to help connect students. And we did that in 11 weeks. And for those of you who have putting out that kind of money to get stuff built in 11 weeks was a bit of a miracle, quite frankly. And we got, projects built in Whiting. We had projects built in Appleton. We got projects built in Hope. We had small projects built sort of all across the state. So that was a pretty challenging process that our providers really stepped up to and took on the challenge of getting that work done. This March, we did the first part of our infrastructure grant of the bond money and funded 19 projects that's going to cover 11,000 locations. Those projects pretty much cover the state. We're just about in every county. We also this summer applied for a 28 million NTIA, which is a federal agency grant that is for 7 different projects across the state. And if granted, was sort of 15,000 locations. We still have not heard from that grant. It's a daily conversation. And we right now have just opened a grant round for $16.5 million. 6.5 of that is from the bond money and 10 of that is from the Connectivity Authority's federal funds. So we are, over the next year, we're working very diligently on making this a very smooth transition to the new Connectivity Authority. We meet with Andrew, I don't know, 3-4 times a day, it seems. Our goal is to make sure there is no interruption in the process that we've put together for communities and providers. We have an MOU signed. We're working on joint staffing. And this first round of grants is an example of the joint funding that we have done for infrastructure. So, we now have a lot of money sitting ready to sit on our doorstep. It's not here yet. And we actually, Maine has over the past year worked really diligently to make sure we are ready for this. And we, I think that our infrastructure places, our processes, our programs are in place and ready to ramp up for this kind of money. So that's it.
Great, thanks, Peggy. With that, we're going to move on to, Senator Curry, you wanted to take questions first.
Some questions first, and welcome Peggy. And Ms. Schaefer, can you just speak to the transition with the Maine Connectivity Authority, what that looks like, what the plan is for that, and how your relationship, how this will look different in the future?
Well, we really, so the Maine Connectivity Authority right now is working on staffing up and ramping up. And so for the next 6 months, what this looks like is that the Maine Connectivity Authority is going to get themselves into a place where they are ready to both apply for and distribute the federal money. And that means staffing, that means strategic plans, all of that stuff. And over the next 6 months, Connect Maine will continue doing most of that, the work that we have been doing, right? The infrastructure grants, the community planning grants. moving out from there, there's going to be more of a melding of how we work together. So Maine Connectivity Authority will take over the infrastructure grants, probably the next round, which will be sometime after July. They will likely use the process that we have in place. Mostly there will be needing some tweaks as a result of the differences in the federal funds and the requirements around those federal funds that will need to happen. We will continue on the work that we're doing around community planning. We're trying right now to put in place a support mechanism and really sort of a path for broadband utility districts to work on. So we're working very diligently, the three of us, to make sure there is no sort of skip or hop in this. And I will say, we could not do this without the partnerships, right? So we have partnerships with economic development organizations, community-based organizations, communities all across the state. And we have great partnerships with our internet service providers. And that is, I think, one of the things that Maine has that is really unique. We're a small state, we all know each other. And that really helps in these conversations. And that is really going to be a big piece of how we make sure that we keep this transition smooth. There's going to be bumps, right? There's stuff we don't know, but we're working diligently to make sure that none of the processes that we have in place get interrupted. And so that if you're out there in the communities thinking about applying, it may be a different name. You're applying to Maine Connectivity Authority instead of Connect Maine, but it's essentially the same process, the same program. And for you, there's no interruption. You're not like, who am I calling? You're going to call either one of us and we'll both respond.
Thank you for that. Representative Cullimore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Schaefer, for being here today. I just wonder if you could expand a little bit more on what the private partnerships look like with the service providers, and how are they matching grant funds? Are you providing the grant funds to them to be able to implement? I'm just curious how that really looks.
So yes, all of that. So we, some of our projects that come in are community led. So last round we funded Georgetown and Alexander, both of which were community led projects. So the community was the grantee. They came in with a service provider that they contract with, who's going to come out, just going to build out their network, but they're the ones who are going to own it. Other projects came in that had community support, but it was in fact the internet service provider who was getting the funding. And so there is always match from the internet service provider and usually match from the community. So we work really diligently to make sure everybody has some skin in the game, and that Connect Maine is not paying for, the state is not paying for most of the build. We're paying for parts of the build. Did that answer the question?
Thank you. And if people have questions towards the end, we can also come back to this section. So Commissioner Johnson, back to you.
Thank you, Senator Curry. Next up is the Office of Business Development and Innovation. It is the lead state agency responsible for investment attraction, business assistance for both new and existing businesses, business retention and expansion, entrepreneurship, innovation, tax incentives, and economic development programming, and Maine's emerging domestic trade efforts. The office also manages Business Answers, which is a dedicated 800 line and email stream that assists businesses with any questions related to starting or growing their business in Maine. With that, I'd like to introduce Charlotte Mace.
Thanks. So my name is Charlotte Mace, and I'm Director of the Office of Business Development at DECD. And I just wanted to go over a few highlights from this past year to kind of show some of the work that we do. DECD did deploy quite a few Maine economic recovery grants to Maine businesses. And just in 2021 alone, there was over 26 million in those economic recovery grants. We did a lot more than that in the previous year, but those grants went to businesses all over the state that had sustained economic losses during the pandemic, from charter transportation and businesses along our border to forest industry, tourism, retail, hospitality. Many Maine businesses needed that money for pandemic related recovery. So we helped them. We also administer the tax incentive program, the Pine Tree Development Zone, and employment tax increment financing programs. These are the economic development incentive programs that we use to help attract new businesses to Maine, and also to support businesses in Maine that want to grow. And in just this last year, over $520 million in new investments were announced as part of that, the next 10 years of economic growth in our state. And we estimate 333 new quality jobs, which of course the Pine Tree Development Zone and ETIF programs prioritize quality jobs in certain areas of the state. So excited by those new investments. I would say every day we get a call from a company outside of Maine that says, we think we might want to set up our business in Maine, or we think we might want to start a new business in Maine. How can you help us do that? And similarly, every day we get at least one call from a Maine business that says, I think I want to grow. I want to build a new building. I want to hire more workers. I want to build out a new product line. How can you help us do that? We do a lot of work in the small business and entrepreneurship space. It's a rapidly growing area in Maine. We're very pleased with our entrepreneurial ecosystem. That's what we call it, the kind of group of support structures around anybody in Maine that wants to start a new business. We have a co-working development fund that we use to grant money to co-working spaces. We have a group of them that we engage with to really help them sustain and grow. These are very important spaces to makers and to entrepreneurs when they want to have space to work. We're building out our diversity, equity, and inclusion work and starting to do a lot of listening and engaging around that, and really amping up supports to underrepresented business owners so that they know that they're supported in trying to start new businesses. I know that many of you participated in the Policy Leaders Academy, where you heard from our Small Business Development Director, and she's been leading the charge with our Maine Resource Compass. It's an online tool and also a mobile app for businesses to go on and scroll through resources that could fit for them. So we're really excited about that tool, and we want to improve it all the time to make it accessible to all businesses. We also do a lot of investment attraction work. Those are the businesses that call and say, I think I'd like to move my business to Maine. What can you do for us? We do a lot of matchmaking. We learn about the business, and then we find the community in Maine that is just perfect for them. And in some instances, that's finding the building that's just perfect for them, or the railroad spur that they need. So we do a lot of matchmaking. We've attracted some new businesses to Maine, and we continue to do that. We're also very soon launching a site selection tool. This is an online database of industrial sites. It's something that most other states have. We're hoping it launches this week, actually. So communities in Maine tell us that they really cannot wait for this. So if you're an investor or if you're a company and you're looking for a building in Maine that's 20,000 square feet with 20-foot ceilings, you can search on this site and it will pop up all the properties in Maine that could work for you, from Sanford to Limestone and all points in between. So we're very excited about that. We think it will really help. And then certainly, and I'll just talk, the last point in the slide here is the business assistance. This is really the bread and butter of what we do. All of us, the entire Office of Business Development team, works statewide. And while we don't have a geographic areas that we focus on, we're instead organized by business size and maturity level. As I mentioned before, we have a small business person, and she's very dialed into what small businesses need, what startups need, what entrepreneurs need. And sometimes those needs are very different from a larger company, let's say, that's at scale or has numerous workers. So we do a lot of business meetings. We will go to your business and take a site tour. We will talk with you. We will listen to your success stories. We will listen to the things that keep you up at night. And then we will work very hard to help tackle some of those issues. Workforce is a issue that we work on a lot now, and we help businesses find workforce recruitment resources. And often there are some resources that they didn't know existed. So we've had some great conversations there with businesses. And then, as Commissioner Johnson mentioned, the Business Answer service, which we have a 1-800 line and an email line for businesses to contact us at any time with permitting, licensing questions, so that we can serve in that ombudsman role. We can intervene if we need to when state government when there might be some barriers that make it harder to do business, we step in and we try to help. So I'll stop there.
Very much. Representative Cullimore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Ms. Mace, for being here today. Very concise and quick, and which is great because I know we have a lot to cover today. One of the things that I'm curious is in the business development area, are you working with potential childcare and preschool, private preschools that are trying to maybe open? I can't tell you how many times I open my Facebook and I have friends who are looking for daycare because the ones in their areas have closed down for whatever reason. And so I know that that's a huge small business opportunity. And I'm curious if you have people reaching out or if that's something you can even support that we might be able to encourage people to reach out to you for.
Absolutely, Representative. I think that's an excellent question. And I might turn this over to Commissioner Johnson because I think she has a wider scope of the work that's being done on this. But I will say that's absolutely one of the things that employers look for when they're thinking about moving to Maine is, does it have that quality of life for my workers? Are there childcare resources? Is there connectivity? Is there a nice downtown for us? But the short answer is yes, we help anybody open any type of business and help them get resources to do that. But I'll let Commissioner Johnson talk about some of the childcare work that is being done.
Yeah, thanks, Charlotte. We're going to actually in the next section talk just a tiny bit about some of the work that we have done. Traditionally, Dr. Landry at Health and Human Services is the lead for childcare and works on all of the licensing and the training and all of that for childcare facilities, although we have kind of reached out and started trying to figure out how we can help. We've actually started talking to a number of businesses who want to try to do something either on-site or near site because they're seeing that as a key lever for them to be able to attract workers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Johnson, if we want to move on to the next section.
All right, thank you. And before we do, I just want to add one thing that Charlotte's maybe didn't mention, but I think her team is doing a great job with is we're actually doing a lot of proactive investment attraction work as well. Traditionally, right, we've answered the calls as they come in, but there are some sectors, particularly if you think about innovation and forest products, where we have opportunity, we have real supply chain challenges, and those supply chain challenges need new markets. And so Charlotte and her team have been very proactive in having kind of picking up the phone and doing outreach to businesses, doing a little bit of marketing to try to get them to think of Maine. So it's not just about people in businesses in Maine or people that naturally want to come to Maine, but I think Charlotte and Jonathan Poole and her team have done a great job outselling Maine as a destination and really trying to attract that investment dollar. So just wanted to make sure that came through. So thank you for that. Next is the Office of Community Development, which is responsible for the administration, financial, and program oversight of all the federal regulatory compliance for the Community Development Block Grant Program. Funding originates at the Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD, with a 2% match from the state's general fund. HUD provides annual funding of approximately $12 million. HUD distributes funds to the state based on a statutory formula. This office includes the Maine Made program, which provides marketing assistance, counseling referrals, and facilitates business-to-business experiences for 1,600 of its members. Program members range from micro enterprise to larger international companies. And so with that, I'm going to introduce Deb Johnson.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you for having us. My name is Deborah Johnson, and I'm the Director of the Office of Community Development. I've been at DCD for over 24 years and working with this program for over 30. And as many of you know, it is a program that the communities in the rural part of our state access. We do sewer and water, we do economic development, we do housing, we do community centers, fire stations. We've done a lot of that over the years. And then we actually now get about an annual allocation. It's up to about $15.5 million. But I want to highlight in the essence of being brief here, because I know it's been a long day, is that I want to highlight a couple. We got an additional $15.6 million in CDBG CARES Act funding. And there were some nuances to that that allowed us to make some pretty impactful investments, augmenting our regular program. And one of those was a micro enterprise program. We gave out very small $5,000 grants directly related to COVID loss. And that was a huge deal. It's a small amount of money, but if you could listen to the testimonials from the people getting it, it sometimes made a difference of a small business. And we're talking 5 or fewer employees where the owner is low to moderate income, of being open or have them be able to pay their mortgage because they got to recover some of their loss. It was a big deal. And we modeled it after our regular micro enterprise program, which is through a partnership with the economic development districts and the small business development centers. They're the portal. And we've actually been approached nationally by other states because of that model, because rurally our communities have got a real capacity issue, and it's only been exacerbated by the pandemic. So by having this sort of statewide cohort where small businesses can go and get assistance, it's been great. But the real thing I want to talk about quickly is that we partnered with the YMCA Alliance of Maine. I don't know if there's a slide showing that, but basically what we did was the YMCA in all 16 counties, there are some other highlights, on all 16 counties of Maine, they are one of the largest, providers of childcare in our state. I did not realize that. I knew they did it some, and I funded a few small projects, but this was a big deal. So we gave them $2.6 million in federal CDBG CARES Act funds to augment other childcare services and provide help to people who are income eligible, because our program has to help low to moderate income people, but who don't otherwise qualify for or have access to DHS programs. And so this was, I think there's a graphic on here that 38% of the kids that were served, and we served to date almost now 700 kids, families, and that they 38% of those were new and did not have access to this childcare before. And so it really, the feedback, it drove home the issue that access to real quality, reliable, affordable health childcare is critical to not just the families, but to the workforce of the state of Maine. And it really allowed a lot of people to go back into the workforce who otherwise would not have been able to do that. And so it was a really impactful program. And we're trying to figure out a way to continue that in some smaller way. We wouldn't normally been able to fund it to the tune of 2.6. But it was that difference of between the lower income and the 80% of median income, which is really the working families of Maine. So it was a really big deal. And the other thing I might want to just point out, just because we have a regular program and on our website is what is called the CDBG program statement. But you'll notice that even in Yellow's talk earlier, he mentioned some CDBG partnership. Peggy Schaefer talked about, we did a digital inclusion with the National Digital Literacy Center. And so CDBG often is that gap funding that helps a project get to the next level. And so it's nuanced and it has bureaucratic regulations, but it sometimes can be the most impactful gap funding piece that gets something over the finish line. So I'll leave it there and happy to answer questions.
Are there any questions? Your report is very thorough. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
And we'll be able to come back to questions at the end.
Yeah, and
Representative Austin.
Just one last thought for Deborah. Deborah, I'm reading that you're saying all 16 YMCAs. Is that every single one of our YMCAs?
In all 16 counties.
Oh, counties. Okay, thank you.
But it was the YMCA Alliance of Maine, of which I think every single one of them is part of that alliance.
Do you know how many in total YMCAs we do have?
I think it's 16.
Oh, okay.
But it's probably more because of the branches, because they don't, like, there's a Bath Y and a Brunswick Y and that sort of thing.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
They cover 16 counties, and I can get you that exact number.
Okay.
But it's the alliance that is the big thing, and I can get you those numbers of how many and how many children they serve globally in the state of Maine, not just the ones that got scholarships. I can get you that information.
All right, thank you so much.
Great, thanks. And certainly, we're very lucky because Deb has so much experience with this program. She knows how to meet use the funding to meet the need, right? This was a unique need that it hadn't been something we've been able to apply funding for, but Deb and her team were able to quickly kind of rework that. So thank you for that. Next up is the Maine International Trade Center, or MITSI. MITSI provides critical services to Maine's small and medium-sized businesses in the area of international business support and workforce development, and help businesses identify and take advantage of opportunities in the global marketplace. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Wade Merritt.
Thanks, Commissioner. We're going to get you a new picture. That was 30 pounds and a lot more hair ago. So lovely to see the committee, and thanks for taking a couple of minutes here. In addition to the Maine North Atlantic Development Office that we mentioned on that slide before, the Trade Center also has focused initiatives on student attraction, investment attraction that we share with the Office of Business Development and others. A defense supply chain diversification project, as well as our Canada desk. I'm pleased to say that we collaborate quite closely with each of the departments, the other departments that you're going to hear today in a number of different ways. So when it comes to international trade, it's been, needless to say, a challenging environment since 2017, about the day that I walked through the door as president of the Trade Center. First with, shall we say, an uncertain trade policy environment, and then followed almost immediately, overlapping in many ways, by a global pandemic. The other issues, of course, are that exporters are not immune to general economic conditions that the Commissioner and others have mentioned already. Whether you're talking about workforce or energy or transportation, even access to broadband, they are all incredibly highly important factors for businesses and communities to be able to remain globally competitive. There are certainly things that we're keeping a close eye on. The headline of my slide on here on the right-hand side is that despite bad news, despite this perception that this has been a terrible time for international trade, and believe me, we've all heard about the supply chain challenges, and they are absolutely real. Despite all of this, Maine's exports to the world increased by 26% from 2020 to 2021. And I'm always a fan of yeah, buts. And so yeah, but 2020 was a down year. Yes, in fact, it was a down year, but in comparison, and the Commissioner used 2019 as a benchmark, I can say that through November of 2021, the state's exporters have matched the same performance as they did in all of 2019. An average December is going to give the state's exporters the best year that they've had since 2012. Our work is less about the macro numbers, more about working with the small businesses that Charlotte mentioned with the Office of Business Development. We focus on the small businesses of the state. There is a lot to talk about there too. In 2021, our team assisted over 400 companies, 90% of which had under 100 employees, 75% had under 25. They were in all corners of the state, 90 communities in all 16 counties. There's oftentimes people believing that international trade is a large company game. It drives a lot of the macro numbers, but there are a lot of companies in Maine that are doing business and a lot of ones that you may not necessarily immediately think of. Put simply, our organization strives to bring horses to water and teach them how to drink through our counseling and through our market access programs. We receive some federal funding as well from the Small Business Administration. It's used to directly support small businesses in market access activities as well as education and training. Last year, we were able to deploy funding to support 23 different companies on 38 market access activities. Not huge numbers, but they were reporting $13.5 million worth of sales expected in the next 12 months. This is probably close to a 30-to-1 return on investment. Even more than those 23 others who use the program to improve their businesses through website upgrades or through training to get their staffs ready to be able to take advantage of the international opportunities which they found. That's what the story of the company's on their own. The Trade Center, once travel was opened back up, our staff returned to bringing businesses to markets in the second half of the year, most notably a mini trade mission to Toronto in October. I wanted to highlight that one because it was actually the first trade mission any state took from the United States to Canada after the reopening of the border. We had 5 small businesses that came home reporting $25 million worth of sales in everything from industrial automation software to school textbooks. So clearly there is demand for what Maine has to offer on the international market. Looking ahead, never content to rest on our laurels. We're looking forward to the future along with our colleagues here. There's been some discussion around forestry. In 2022, our work with Finland in developing technologies and products for the forest products industry will, COVID willing, see a delegation heading from Maine to Finland in late spring through our Minato North Atlantic program. We're also engaged with the Governor's Energy Office offshore wind road mapping process and are going to begin our work connecting Maine businesses to global supply chains that are interested in accessing projects both here in the United States and elsewhere. I'll leave it there. We could spend a lot of time talking about what's going on, but thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate the committee's time. I'll flip this back to Commissioner Johnson.
Let's see, Senator Curry right this second.
Yeah,
There you are, sorry.
Some internet instability messages, so I'm going on and off on my camera. So are there any questions, or shall we, maybe people will wait questions till the end at this point. So thank you. And Commissioner Johnson?
Senator Curry, we have 2 more departments. We will be really quick. We know we're getting close to time. We're excited about the work we do, so we want to make sure we get a couple of minutes on each of these. So the next up is the Maine technology.
We started you late, so.
Okay,
We
thank
started
you.
you about 15 minutes late, so yeah, I don't want to have you lose any time here.
All right, thank you. The Maine Technology Institute, or MTI, is the state's industry-led, public-funded nonprofit corporation whose core mission is to diversify and grow the economy by promoting and supporting innovation and transformation in 7 key sectors. And with that, I am going to introduce Brian Whitney, who is the president of MTI.
Thanks, Commissioner. Senator Curry and esteemed members of the committee, it's a real honor to be here this afternoon. I'll try to be brief, but I did want to start quickly by saying hello to my neighbor and Maine's newest lawmaker, Representative LaRochelle, and congratulate her on her appointment to this prominent committee. So great to see you. And Senator Curry, it was also wonderful to see you last week in Madison for the Go Lab event. It's always good to catch up. So MTI, working with partners across the state, as the commissioner said, focuses its efforts on helping to diversify and grow our economy. Today, MTI remains the state's only source of private sector focused R&D financing, leading to new products and services, job creation, and other economic benefits. Since its creation in 1999, MTI has dispersed over $290 million across more than 3,000 distinct projects, and it's leveraged over $1 billion in private sector matching funds. This most recent fiscal year, as the slides indicate, was another strong year of catalytic investments by MTI. As a result of loan repayments and sound investment returns, MTI was able to invest significantly more than its annual appropriation for the 3rd straight year. In FY21, we deployed over $9.4 million in the aggregate. And that's similar to the $9.6 million that we invested in FY20 and the $9.3 million that was invested in FY19. Also, for the 3rd straight year, MTI increased the amount of private sector matching funds that were invested alongside our awards. In FY21, our investments attracted nearly $8 in private investment for every $1 in public funding spent. In FY21, MTI also helped the state in administering the Maine Economic Recovery Grant Program to support Maine organizations that experienced business disruptions due to the pandemic. Our team evaluated the eligibility of 217 new businesses, and we spent over 430 hours working on the program. Overall, the accounts that MTI worked on helped they helped companies that were approved receive approximately $7.4 million. And we know firsthand that the money was really critical to the survival of many of those companies. Consistent with the Maine Jobs and Recovery Plan that the commissioner mentioned at the outset, MTI will be administering a couple of different funds to assist Maine businesses. First, we're currently administering $20 million in Forestry Recovery Initiative funding to support forest products businesses that were adversely impacted by the pandemic. The funding will be deployed in several phases, and phase one of that program is seeing an application deadline of Monday, January 31. So that's coming to a close quickly. Future funding phases will be launched in the coming months. MTI is also administering $39.6 million to leverage private investments and innovation in the state's technology sectors. We've designed a competitive program called the Pandemic Recovery for an Innovative Maine Economy, or PRIME Fund, that's working its way through the state compliance review process. We hope to launch the PRIME Fund before the end of March. Again, for the past 20 plus years, MTI has truly been the focal point of Maine's R&D efforts. We truly appreciate the continued support of the legislature and governor as we embark on decade number 3. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
Seeing no questions.
Thank you,
Thank
Brian.
you, Commissioner Johnson.
All right. Our last department is the Office of Tourism. The Office of Tourism is charged with administering the program to support and expand the tourism industry and promote the state as a tourist destination. The office continuously conducts local outreach programs, conferences with elements of the Maine tourism industry, and is funded through a percentage of restaurant and lodging taxable sales. The office also includes the Maine Film Office, which is responsible for the promotion of Maine as a location for film and video production. Additionally, the Office of Outdoor Recreation was created in 2018 and focuses on leveraging Maine's assets and outdoor recreation heritage to grow the outdoor recreation economy. With that, I am going to introduce Steve Lyons and Carolyn Ouellette.
I wasn't prepared there with my microphone. Had to get that turned on. My apologies. Again, everyone, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. My name is Steve Lyons, Director of the Maine Office of Tourism. And I have a number of quick highlights that I'd like to cover. We had a very successful year. The Commissioner alluded to this earlier in her introductory statements, and visitation did rebound. You'll see a lot of the data in our slide. We have a slide in here that shows some of the points. You'll notice that we do a lot of comparisons to 2019. And of course, the reason for that is because 2020 was a very difficult year for many, many businesses. Many of them didn't open. Many of them struggled to stay in business. And so, and visitors were just not traveling much in 2020, as we all know. So quickly, I want to walk through some of the highlights of the past year. As the Commissioner pointed out, visitation is up about 2.4% over summer. The summer visitation is up about 2.4% over 2019. Also, we've seen increases in lodging occupancy, and that's how many people are staying in accommodations. That was up 20% over 2019. So we're far more people, there are 20% more people staying in accommodations in 2021 than there were in 2019, which was actually a very strong year for us. That kind of resulted in $4.5 billion in restaurant and lodging taxable sales. That's up 11% over the same period. We don't have the final 12-month figures, but for 11 months, it was up it was up 11% over 2019, which is a huge jump. We saw some pretty substantial increases in the average daily rates, what people were charging for their rooms. So the lodging properties actually were yielding higher numbers for their businesses. And then we had 2.6 million page views on visitmaine.com. Visitmaine.com is obviously the website we use to market the state of Maine. We pretty much drive all of our advertising and social media and campaigns to visitmaine.com. That was up more than 25% over 2019. And when someone gets to visitmaine.com, they can go find listings on pretty much everything there is to offer. Tourism has organizations like hotels, attractions, restaurants, museums, etc. And last year, the individual organizational pages on visitmaine.com had 460,000 page views. So what that means is that once they got to our website, there are 460,000 people that went to individual business websites on our page, and hopefully booked a trip to Maine. Grants are another important part of what we do here in the Office of Tourism. Based upon our budget, about 10% of our marketing program has to go to marketing of special events and promotions. We use the grant funds to pay for that. We put out $1.6 million in grants to the regional entities in the state. We have 8 marketing regions in the state. We put out about 141,000 in what we call enterprise, special event, and small communities grants. And these grants are for, either communities or tribal organizations or nonprofit organizations that are looking to market themselves and get themselves up to the next level. So these are all individual, primarily nonprofits, communities, and the like that this money is going to. One of the features that we had, as we all know, when we had COVID-19 was prevalent here, there are a lot of people that are opening up outdoor dining. We provided a $100,000 grant to Maine Outdoor Dine to help market that program. That program represented about more than 100 properties, about 140, I think, properties in the state. In almost every single county, there are restaurants that were offering outdoor dining at some of those locations. And of course, we do customer service training as well. We developed a partnership or collaboration with the Maine Community College system in the last year. There's an online a customer service program that we call Welcome ME, which is an introductory customer service program that does not cost anybody anything. And the lodging properties, the retail stores, the restaurateurs, whoever would like to, can have their employees complete this training to understand appropriate customer service to service the guests. And so that was a great partnership. It's an online program. Community College put the program all together based on a program we had about 10 years ago that we updated, and it's been a great partnership, and it's getting used by quite a few people. I don't have on this slide the Maine Film Office. We do have a one-person film office in the state of Maine, and last year the film office provided production support to about 14 different productions, and then there are two productions out there that generated about $700,000 in direct spending when they were doing some filming in the state. And so I'll leave it at that and pass it along to Carol Ann to talk about the outdoor recreation.
Steve, thank you, Commissioner and Senator Curry, Representative Roberts. So I will try and wrap this up as quickly as I can. Very quickly, the Commissioner mentioned the Office of Outdoor Recreation was created in 2018. It became the 10th Office of Outdoor Recreation in the United States. And really the formation of these offices is a shift in traditional conversation about outdoor recreation and state economies, because these offices, and mine as well, coordinate across the functions of economic development, tourism, and agencies that manage natural resources. And for us as a rural state, we know it's vital to build a strong outdoor recreation brand that will attract new businesses to our communities, encourage healthy lifestyles, create good paying jobs, and grow our economy. And we do this by leveraging our heritage, our outdoor heritage, our culture of innovation, and this growing interest in outdoor recreation. And just quickly, the industry is much broader than I think probably what people think of traditionally. It's made up of outdoor gear manufacturers, retailers, guides and outfitters, resource managers, outdoor skills educators, summer camps, sporting camps, ski, golf, and wilderness resorts, land trusts, and more. And it includes jobs in engineering, marketing, hospitality, and manufacturing, just to name a few. The industry supports close to 29,000 jobs, which represents 4.6% of employment in Maine. And that comes from 2020 figures from the Bureau of Economic Analysis. And also according to that report, which you'll see on the slide on the screen, that report measures economic activity. So anything from the dollars invested in manufacturing to sales generated, as well as trip expenditures. And so Maine's outdoor recreation economy is about 3.3% of the overall state's economy. This actually puts us 5th in the nation as having the highest contributions from outdoor recreation overall. A couple of key pieces: boating and fishing are the state's largest contributors And again, that's manufacturing, retail, and trip expenditures, followed by RVing and snow sports just behind that. And in, again, the 2019 to 2020, value added to Maine's economy from boating and fishing saw an increase of 27% in 2019 to 2020. And anecdotally, talking to Old Town Canoe, I can understand why. And just looking at something like biking, that also added to Maine's, the value added to Maine's economy increased 15% from 19 to 2020. The big piece is that the manufacturing of outdoor recreation gear and equipment in Maine contributed $280 million overall to the economy in 2020, which was an 8.5% increase over 2019. So it's the product manufacturing that has really been an important component of this. And while we've seen a decrease overall in GDP from 2019 to 2020 due to the impacts from the pandemic, we've seen an incredible surge in outdoor recreation participation. And this has also created a lot of innovation and adaptation by outdoor businesses across the state. So brands are designing new products and programming to meet the market demand. There was an actual 2.2% jump in total participation from 19 to 2020. It's the single largest national increase that's ever been seen since the numbers have been tracked, and it translates to millions of new participants who discovered the outdoors in 2020. They tend to be, the new participants are more likely to be female, younger, and more ethnically diverse, and they seek opportunities with low barriers to entry that are available and accessible within 10 miles of their home. And so studies support that this is not just short-term, and we've seen it in state parks, which saw a record-breaking year in 2021 with over 3 million visitors. The other piece to outdoor recreation and a focus on it is that it's proven an invaluable asset for economic development and can help address some pressing challenges like talent attraction. So jobs in the outdoor sector attract younger workers. Towns and cities that invest in outdoor recreation assets attract employers and employees who value work-life balance that the outdoor access provides. So not only employers in the outdoor industry themselves, but it looks at multi-sector, particularly other states have had great success in attracting tech businesses and everything from fintech to software developing. So it's got a broad attraction value for employers who are looking to move. We work with communities like Freiburg to help develop plans to build their outdoor recreation economies. And we also obviously work with the Office of Business Development, having heard all of Charlotte's overview and our other partners across DECD. But we also work with private sector partners like Maine Outdoor Brands, and the areas of focus that we have looking at moving forward for continued long-term growth include supporting innovation. There's a lot of opportunity in new material sourcing and sustainability and tech, working with existing businesses to scale and grow. We're looking at an accelerator program, connecting businesses to new markets, as Charlotte mentioned, through domestic and international trade programs. Right now, I'm talking to you from Denver at Outdoor Retailer, which is the US's largest B2B trade show for outdoor product manufacturers. And we've got quite an expanded presence here with a number of companies participating from Maine in the booth with Maine Outdoor Brands. And then we're also looking at expanding and strengthening workforce with partners like Maine Outdoor Brands. We did an industry workforce survey looking at needs over the next 5 years. And then investment in community outdoor recreation infrastructure, which will be critical. So thank you. We look forward to working together to better leverage outdoor recreation to help Maine communities thrive, to grow our economy, create jobs, and benefit the quality of life for all Mainers. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. And Representative Cullimore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Lyons and Ms. Olet, for your informative, quick talk. And I did have a question, Mr. Lyons, about the site visits for Visit Maine, and I'm curious how many of those, if you tracked it, are from within Maine and how many are from without? Because I know that I utilize Visit Maine every time I want to find something new to try.
I don't have the number off the top of my head. We do track that. I can get that number for you. I do know that on visitmaine.com, the majority of visitors tend to be new visitors coming for the first time as opposed to repeat visitors. But I can certainly get the figures for you. I don't have them off the top of my head.
Okay, great.
Thank you for using
And then,
Visit Maine.
Oh, yeah. I think it's a great site. I tell everybody to use it if they're coming or trying to find something to do because, you know, their kids are bored or whatever. I'm like, go to Visit Maine. They've got all kinds of stuff there. So it's a great site, and I'm really glad that it's doing so well. The other question that I had was about the outdoor recreation economy stuff. I wrote it down. I'm sorry, I've lost in my notes. Oh, the direct jobs that come out of the outdoor recreation economy, that 4.6 of Maine's employment, how much of an increase, I think you said it, but my thing cut out, is that from previous?
So actually, that's a decrease from 2019. So 2019, we were closer to 40. Well, the percentage is about the same, but the actual number of jobs decreased. So we were about 40,000 jobs in 2019 and just under 29,000 jobs in 2020. And some of that early 2020 was attributable to just the volatility in the travel and tourism component, but we also saw workers pulling out manufacturing and retail. There were some furloughs and layoffs there as well. But we were on a trajectory for having pretty rapid growth from 2012 to 2019 in increasing jobs in the outdoor recreation sector.
And just one more follow-up, if I could, on that, is how much of that, out of curiosity, is seasonal employment? Like people who were potentially part of that decrease could be people who normally would come to Maine for the summer, or I'm just curious what percentage is a seasonal thing and not year-round.
And I can't answer that question right now, but I can get you the information.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Representative Hall.
Representative Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Carol Ann and Steve, thank you for being with us. Carol Ann, I think I have asked this question before, not necessarily of you, but can you tell me, does the Maine Wildlife Park numbers, their visitors, which I think they usually run maybe 1 point, oh, I better not say it. I'm bad on numbers. It's huge. It's huge. That's all it counts. It's huge. But do those numbers go within the regular format of state parks, or are they a little bit of a special animal?
So, hello, Representative Austin. Nice to see you. So I think you have asked me this question before, and you're thinking the numbers that the Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife measures as far as license sales. Yeah, so they
No, Carol.
Oh.
The wildlife park.
The
Maine
wildlife park. Is
Yes.
that included in state parks? Sorry, that's a good question. I will ask. I would assume, I would say, I think maybe no, because I believe the state park numbers are the parks that the Bureau of Parks and Lands manage.
Okay.
The wildlife park, which I know is near and dear to your heart, is actually part of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife. But again, I should verify that and I will get.
You know, just as a anecdote, I guess, comment, their numbers are so high. Imagine what that would even do to the overall if we could add them in there, really get a real, yeah. Anyway, the second thing is, this is going to be one of those trick things. In viewing some footage that came out on LL Bean's new remodeling, or maybe almost total rebuild of the flagship in Freeport, don't you think that that is quite a statement that that company made to stay in Maine?
Yeah, it's wonderful.
Don't you think?
Wonderful to have them here. And I know that they actually released some results that they've had from the last 2 years, which have been dramatic in the increases in product manufacturing and retail sales. So it's been, yeah, they are a great partner for certain. Absolutely. And talk about brand. I mean, incredible way to highlight our outdoor heritage and our outdoor brand.
Well, that project alone was $100 million. So imagine what that did to our jobs and our economy.
Right.
Aside from all the sales that they will now have, but thank you.
Thank you.
And I just looked at,
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Lyons.
I was going to say, I just looked at, sorry to interrupt, but I just looked up the number on how many Maine visitors are coming and going to visit Maine.com, and it's about 16% of visitors. So this website got a total of about 2.4 million visitors in 2021, and just over 400,000 of those are from our Maine residents.
Thank you. Representative Pepworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a question for Charlotte Mace, and I didn't know if we had one more slide, if now is the time to go back.
We're happy to take it at any time. We have a budget slide that the Deputy Commissioner is going to present, but let's take it since the floor is open.
Okay, thanks. And it's a pretty general question because I am curious. I love getting the report and there's so much encouragement to be found, but I'm curious what keeps Miss Mace up at night?
Oh, wow. Well, that is such a great question, Representative. You know, that's, you really, I wasn't expecting that question, and I don't mean to falter in your response, but I will say that the investment attraction work, especially what Heather was talking about, the kind of proactive investment attraction work, is very, very exciting. You know, Maine is very rich in natural resources, and we see that with our forest economy and with our coastline. But also Maine communities are very careful, and they want opportunities that really match with them. So actually what keeps me up at night, not necessarily, but what I think about a lot is that matchmaking. So Ashland wants new opportunities, wants new investment. You know, East Millinocket does, other communities like that. Madison just had a big win and we love that. But I think about the community, Sanford, I think about a lot because Sanford has so much that's just ready for some great investment. I think about the communities and I think about matching them with these new opportunities, but the opportunities that really fit for Maine and what Maine has. So that actually happens to be exactly what it says in the statute that I'm supposed to be doing. So I take some comfort in that. But I think a lot about that matchmaking because I love to see these projects go into these Maine communities. It's just a very special thing.
It is great. Somewhere in here, it talks about the real and authentic Maine. And it's great to hear you matchmaking carefully.
Representative Andrews.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If we're into general questions, comments, I would just like to get a list of all the proposed and adopted rules from TECD and their affiliate departments just to go over since we're reviewing the whole thing. Thank you.
Representative LaRochelle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a question as we were sitting here, actually. I was wondering if the Office of Tourism has basically some means to market to big either festivals or groups that are coming into town. And the reason I'm to extend their stay in Maine, for example. So, and what I'm specifically talking about is, as we all have heard, the Ironman is coming to Augusta, and you know that's slated to bring 2,000 competitors and up to 10,000 people with all of the ancillary people that will be coming with them. So I just didn't know if you guys have a means of capturing that group before they come here and helping them to extend their stay by vacationing after the fact.
Yeah. Well, I think a couple of things there that come to mind. We actually, the Maine Office of Tourism does support the Maine Sports Commission with a grant for $130,000 every year so that they can attract events of that nature to come here. I think with regard to, can you reach out to the people that are coming in advance? That's something we'll have to work on with the, I would say we'd have to work on that with the Sports Commission and maybe the CVBs if they're, if they have lists of the people, attendees, or the people that are participating in the event. And we do have the means to do it. We work with an advertising agency, and certainly we can work with them to come up with a marketing program to get these people to stay. It is very important, in what we do to try to get people to extend their stay. And we're seeing, trends in the industry now are such that, people are now doing these work vacations and that kind of thing a lot more frequently. And so it makes perfect sense to try to look at those thousands of people that are coming in for these various events and see if we can get them to stay longer. So that is something we'll have to work with our ad agency on. We just went out to bid on and got a new ad agency, it's beginning January 1st. We're just getting them up to speed, but we'll bring it up when we talk to them next time we have our meeting.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Johnson. Oh,
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ms. Willett.
I'm sorry, I was just going to add very quickly. I'm on the Sports Commission board, and our two organizations work together with the event organizers themselves to give them a suite of opportunities and ideas on extending stays. So that the Enduro World Series, the Ironman, the Hincapie, so all those events, usually we work with the event organizers to give them ideas on how to extend stays.
Great, thank you.
And Senator Curry, we have one more slide on the
Yes,
budget.
I wanted to give that back to you.
Do you want to do that, or do you
Yes,
have time
please
to?
do. Yeah.
All right, and I'm going to introduce the Deputy Commissioner, Denise Garland, to do this piece, please.
Good afternoon. Mine's not nearly as exciting, but it does cover quite a few pages at the end of the report that was filed. So the 10-year financial summary can be found on pages 40 through 49. DECD managed 40 different accounts during this time frame. 12 accounts on pages 47 through 49 were created for specific funds to be used within specific periods of time. They include bond funds and CARES Act funding. 13 accounts on pages 43 to 46 are other special revenue accounts. These are specific funding identified and transferred to these accounts to be used pursuant to programs identified in statute. The primary accounts in this grouping are the Office of Tourism and the Connect Maine Authority. 4 are dedicated federal fund accounts used primarily for HUD funds and the administration of the Community Development Block Grant Program and CARES Act funding that was dedicated to CDBG. 11 accounts are general fund accounts. 8 of these include funding that is passed directly through DECD to outside entities like the Maine Development Foundation, the Maine Technology Institute, Maine International Trade Center, Small Business Development Centers, or they use specifically for grants like the co-working spaces and the technology development centers that are part of statute. Of the 3 remaining general fund accounts, 1 is used as matching funds for the federal HUD funding that you heard about earlier. And the 2 remaining accounts are DECD's admin and DECD's Office of Business Development. These accounts cover the administration of DECD and are utilized to support programs that aid economic and business strength of the state and include annual contracts with entities like the Maine Manufacturing Extension Partnership and the Maine PTAC program. And these provide matching federal funds to allow those organizations to do what they do. So the pie chart that you see in front of you is looking at the current budget for the biennium, FY 22-23. And as you can see, we've got more than double the amount of funding that we usually have. And that's thanks to LD 1733 and the ARP funding. So a lot of money going to be coming through DECD, and we're very excited to put it all to good use. And I think that's what I have for for the budget pages, on behalf of the DECD team, we'd like to thank you for your time this afternoon. We hope we've met our obligation of the State Government Evaluation Act, and in the process, given you some additional information on DECD. And happy to answer any budget questions or open it up to the rest of the team if you've got additional questions for us.
Thank you very much, Deputy Commissioner, and Chair recognizes Representative Andrews.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Looking at that pie chart, the gray section of federal funds, how much of that is ARPA/CARES Act as opposed to something else?
Okay, so that's primarily CDBG HUD funding over 2 years. The yellow block, the 213, is the ARP funding out of LD 1733.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Johnson, I have a question for you, or actually any member of your that you would like to answer this. Can you tell us a little bit more about the funding that's getting ready to come out through ARP funding? Can you walk us through that?
Yes, thanks. So LD 1733, as you all know, passed last session, and that creates the framework for how the programs that we can establish for ARP funding. We currently have a $5 million grant program out that is an expense reimbursement program. That one is fairly complicated to administer because all of the receipts have to match up to the submission. So it's taking a little bit longer to execute, but we are doing that now. There will be the remaining 15 million in that grant bucket. We will open a program in April that will leverage the business and organizations tax filing so that it's pretty streamlined and significantly easier, both from an audit perspective for us and an application perspective for the businesses to be able to kind of show that need and that loss. So those are there. Brian Whitney talked about the MTI programs that are currently in operation and about to be stood up. There were a significant handful that are in the development process now. I would say either are out for public opinion to get, in public input on the process and what we need to do, those types of things. So I think you'll see a handful of other smaller programs really focused on new businesses, entrepreneurship, and kind of engagement. One of the pieces is really trying to reach new and different businesses. That could either be geographic businesses, it could be new startup businesses, it could be entrepreneurs that we've never worked with. It's trying to get to a broader audience. That you'll see that come in the March timeframe. So what might be helpful, Senator, that we are actually doing for businesses, you heard Charlotte talk about these online tools. So we're trying to balance online accessibility so people can get information whenever they want it and however they want it with kind of high touch options if they need it. There is a Maine Jobs and Recovery page that will outline all of those programs. Looks like we lost Senator Curry. Oh no, there he is. So we will have that available, all of the programs outlined available in the next 2 weeks as well, so that then people can click on them, see what the stage is, when will it be open for public input, when will the program be stood up, when will the program close, when will the payouts happen, who do the payouts go to, in fairly clear order.
Thank you. Representative Andrews.
I forgot to take down my hand, sorry.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other questions, and I want to be respectful of your leadership team's time and very, very appreciative of everyone coming here. And so without any other questions, then I thank you for submitting the report and presenting on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. If I could have one more second, I'd like to introduce 2 new team members. They didn't speak today because they are in the process of getting up to speed. This is, I think, day 5 for them. They are Ben Goodman and Julia replaced Martha Bentley. Some of you know Ben will have replaced Kate. So Ben is the primary legislative liaison and comms director, and Julia will take on the strategic plan implementation work. So just so that you have met them and have seen them, hopefully you'll maybe meet them tomorrow while you're here, or other times we'll create over the course. And I believe you all know Phoenix, who is also with us but didn't speak. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you and
Great
welcome
day. We
to the,
appreciate it.
welcome to the DEC team, DECD team. So I thank the presenters. Thank you very much. At this point, I think that concludes all of our scheduled business for today. I'll entertain a motion to, well, I'll check in first with Ms. Olson. Is there anything that you need from us?
And there's nothing I need unless somebody needed to ask me for additional information or had a question about the process.
Seeing none, and everyone is obviously welcome to reach out to Ms. Olson on their own. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So move.
So moved from Representative Ducharme and seconded by Senator Searway. All those in favor, just need a hand. Everyone have a